Bro, turn that shit up, man.
The following show is for mature audiences only. Shy City Sports.
Watch the tape, and when you see the tape, you know the tape doesn't lie, and the tape doesn't lie.
Now, everything about our network, we stand for the truth that the Tape Never Lies network. Every Sunday, we got Draft Mob. Mac Jones is going 3. Shayne and I love Mac Jones. I'm step for step with Shayne again on Mons. It's Mills. Today we're looking at 2 quarterbacks because you can already see we're almost 2 hours into the coverage that we offer here. That's Draft Mob every Sunday on the best network, breaking down the NFL draft and the Chicago Bears. We also have X's with the O's.
Joining us to break
Mia
down
and my father
Bears
breaking down offensive linemen, the Bears,
Steve
the draft. We got special guests like former Bear Steve Edwards
so happy you're
coming on, jumping on with us, breaking down the tape, because that's all that matters.
I'm honored to be able to sit down and chop up some X's and O's with you and Phil.
It's the best network breaking down the Bears in the draft. Become a TTNL patron. It's as simple as www.thetapeneverlies.com. Yes.
Like and subscribe!
And I think the other thing that's hurting Chicago right now is a very underrated aspect of team building is to evaluate your own. And clearly this would be a team that would be better with both Mitch Trubisky at quarterback to at least start the season over Andy Dalton, and Charles Leno, a good left tackle, where obviously, as Dano just pointed out, they are struggling up front, and Charles Leno would be a good starter for them right now.
Nope! Nope! Nope!
We want Phil!
Hollywood Ryan! Good luck, Ryan.
What's up, everybody? It's Ryan Nall here with the Chicago Bears. You're keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies network.
Nope! 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 This is football, baby!
What are you talking about? I was just reading some fucking books.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
Yeah, dude. That's all I do down here.
Black quarterback. Speak on that from like your perspective. Did you feel that when he took the field?
Definitely. It's always a sense of pride anytime you have a dog in the fight, right? So, it's natural in sports as well, so I'm sure there are many Irish people feel some type of way as soon as an Irish boxer gets up. You know what I mean? Like, it's just natural. It's just natural that anytime you have somebody that's representing for you, for your culture, I don't know Justin Fields. He reminds me a little bit of my brother Nagy, who's in college, but he reminds me a little bit of that. He's from that age range, you know what I'm saying? So like, I see my brother in him, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not something that I think about too much, but I can, it's a reality. Like,
Hey, how you doing?
Buonasera, boys.
Buonasera. Guys, I can't be the funny guy no more. I can't do
Be
it.
the funny guy no more.
Oh
Hey,
my God, what is up, dude? I missed you guys.
Oh my God, it's been so
It's been
long.
too long. It's been
It's
too
so
long.
weird to have an intro guy with energy, Phil.
Oh,
right?
Even
And you
when
fuck-
he does
You fucked me up. You throw something in there. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but
crazy. So speak on Leno versus this situation. It's kind of like just close that chapter, or do you want to say some other stuff?
You know, for the fact that it's a desperation out of, you know, it's pretty nuts what I'm hearing in Chicago today. I kind of got the news a little bit late, that, you know, I knew it was going down. I mean, the guy's back and it's been quietly kept, you know, it's back. And I knew, you know, back is a problematic thing, especially being that young. You know, it was some concern there for me. You know, you're taking on your offensive lineman. Yeah, you're coming out, you're attacking, but there's a certain arch in your back. You know, you got. And then if you're a pass pro, you're absorbing some guys. You know, some guys trying to run around, some guys will come right down the middle. You got to kind of take on and brace on that. You know, contact. And I was worried about him, but you know, so I'm not shocked of the results that he has to get. You know, surgery. You saw it pretty quickly when they signed Peters. You knew it was like, okay, it's really serious. And then obviously follows up with the surgery news, and everybody wants to go through this mass panic, and it's just like Chicago. We're just, you know, Chicago is just like there's no. You're high or you're low. There's no in between. Like I've said this for years. Like there's no in between with Chicago, especially with the Bears. When it comes to the Bears in particular, not any other sport. You know, the other team. It's the Bears.
Talk about what you saw in regards to. First, let's go with the offensive line. Your focus. You went out to camp, and you were like, these guys stood out to me, and. Those guys, how did they transfer that over to game situation?
It was hard to focus. So I was at the game, thanks to the Bears. Once again, like I've been doing a lot of Bears stuff lately. It's coming like just the last week or so, man. I was up there to sign autographs in the suite, so it was really hard to focus. You know, but I had a great view. But man, I mean. My eyes were glued on Fields, and I'm usually watching the offensive line. I just wanted to watch how the kid moves, and so it took me away from really watching. You know, besides talking to a bunch of fans, you know, what I was there to do. When I was able to just get my eyes down there, and was looking at him. And one thing I kept on saying is like, when is he coming out the game? I think he's proven his point. Like, let's get him out. But I understand. I like that he got the reps. But you know, it was really a focus. You know, in the next game I'm gonna be at home and I'm gonna be able to sit there and watch. But I mean, just having Justin Fields on the field is gonna make your offensive line better. You know, you gotta obviously learn how to block for a guy who's mobile and not try to hold it when he breaks the pocket. You gotta learn all those little nuances. But I was watching that guy, man. I'll be honest, man, and I was like, man, I wish I could play for that guy.
Seats, Claude. We have all the text messages. They came through customs, bro. Did they make it?
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Keepin' It 100.
Chicago's trading up.
100.
Yes!
What?
Here it is!
Just no competition.
Keepin' It 100.
I know we need to run the ball more. I'm not an idiot.
Keeping it 100, man.
Keepin' It 100.
Keeping it 100.
kept it real. Dynamic duo that you love, the smartest man at Dr. Phil. Breaking down the film, never a problem, kick it straight. Most shows focus on stats, we focus on the tape. We keeping it 100, never running east or west. We coming with that truth, cause that's what our fans expect. Cut off the freaking anchor, moving forward to be free. But don't you worry, Shayne's got the dumbest tweets. It ain't no secret, Phil and Shayne got some haters. But now they're mouth stuffed like the true and now and laters. Debaters, frauds get kicked like Coach Tabor. Cuts had to be made, we added a barber moderator. Up and down, boys got you double checking. Sad sacks trolling like a fool drunk texting. Flexing on the truth cause you know they'll never change. Real, recognize real, that's what you get with Phil and Shayne. 100's what we do when we're breaking down the Bears. Fuck a play or a captain, all of the unfair. The tape never lies, the truth, you see. We laugh, we analyze, so there's no babies like Maybelline. Straight to the truth with acumen and facts. We got a sad nerd, but he's not just giving nerd stats. Car crash, big impact like Max Sack. Every Wednesday night you got the smartest man and Phil back. Now we know you're smiling like a fat kid with fun dip. We're back better than ever and we keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keep it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100, baby. Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keep it 100.
Keeping it 100.
Shayne, Money Man Marsaw, and the guard.
This is Claudia the Barber, and this is Shy City Sports Keeping It 100. Well, I guess we got no choice. Andy Dalton is our week 1 starter. So, you know what? We got to talk about that, plus a lot of other things. We got another great show. We got former Bears quarterback Shayne Matthews coming on. So let's bring on the boys who can always answer the whys. Shayne, the smartest man, Marsaw, and Draft Dr. Phil. There
Yo,
are.
what? Oh, and once we find out those,
yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of whys.
A lot of whys.
To find out.
There's a lot of whys.
Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but you know.
Tell him, Jackal. Not sure what him and Steven do on that show, but what they talk about every week.
Listen, tonight we got a big show, big conversation going on here. Keeping it 100. Listen, week 2 of the preseason. If you missed BHL, I don't know what you're thinking and what you're doing. This is an unbelievable showcase of what it is in just sheer planning and preparedness. It's unfortunate that we have a situation with a coach, Shayne, that's going out of his way to not be prepared. So
right,
it just frustrates me. I was getting texts from our guests, so I'm gonna guys take care of that.
Yeah, no, it's the quotes today of my offense takes 2, 3, 4 years. That's fine. I mean, I think you can say that if you see signs of improvement, but I mean, we haven't seen even the base floor entry at this point. And I'll give Matt Nagy this. He's got his hand-picked young quarterback with upside, but beyond that, has he earned the benefit of the doubt? Maybe he can pick the quarterback, but has he proven that he can do everything else? To me, I think that there's legitimate questions there that where he doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, I've heard a few people talking today about is there something that Fields isn't getting in the offense, and that's the decision, part of the decision. What do you
Albert Breer had a thing out there, and I guess he's as connected as anybody. He said that there's been some mishaps in the huddle, during practice and getting the terminology, which is normal that's something that happens, because in college, a lot of you look at a college quarterback, they have their head turned sideways because they're looking to the sideline and they're calling the plays.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the NFL, it's not like that. So that part's going to take some time. But I mean, Claude, you and I were talking a little bit before, and this offensive line is in such flux. I mean, in huge question. You bring in a guy like Jason Peters, you know, who is highly experienced, but he's 39 years old. He still has his flaws. And let's be honest, you bring him in off the street. Are you comfortable putting him out there after a couple of series in Tennessee and then say, go do your thing in Sunday Night Football in LA? And Sam Mustipher, I know a lot of people love him. I get it. You know, Notre Dame kid, try hard guy. There is legitimate question marks if Sam Mustipher is going to be a viable NFL player moving forward. It just, I know people that love the Fighting Irish, love that aspect of it, but I don't give a shit what school you play at. You don't scout the helmet. We scout what we see on the field, on the tape. And I've never pretended to be a huge offensive line guru, but my boy over here, Phil, is. His dad is. You know, George is locked in on it. Cars also. We all have questions, big questions on Sam Mustipher. You know, you heard about him putting on good weight and strength. Kid looks sloppy to me. I don't know how
the whole line obviously didn't look good. I mean, if the line, you know, doesn't protect Dalton in the first half and he's getting smoked, I mean, do you see Fields coming in that early? Like, we're getting smoked and he's getting
there's a precedence for it, man. That's how Deshaun Watson didn't start. You know, It lasted one half. Yeah, maybe it might even have been one quarter. And you know, it is what it is. The pressure is going to be on. I mean, listen, end of the day, Andy Dalton was really in a no-win situation no matter what. Yes, he got the $10 million, but like I said to Phil, the boos were going to come for him no matter what. As soon as Justin Fields was the guy, those boos were going to come. He could be 10 of 12 with 3 touchdowns against Buffalo, and those 2 incompletions, maybe they weren't even on him. The meathead Bears fans were going to be screaming, "Oh, come on, dude! You got to fucking get Justin in there." It's a no-win situation.
It's a no-win situation, especially when you're the quarterback of the Chicago Bears. And unfortunately for Justin, you know, I believe, and I know our guest is going to have a lot of opinions and a lot of information about being a quarterback with the Chicago Bears. I think this is our first quarterback for the Bears as a guest coming up here. And I'm excited to pick his brain on this situation. You know, we keep it 100 here on this show. You know, the tape never lies, neither does the truth. So who better than Shayne Matthews to talk about his experience? I've said Chicago is a place where quarterbacks go and they get chewed up and spitting out. It's very difficult. So the coach's plan and how he handles this, to me, it's been a failure in so many ways, because I think you open up competition always. Just as a coach, that's how I feel about it. But we got our guest, Claudio, in the booth coming up. We're going to do it, Shayne. We're having trouble with StreamYard. So we're going to do it over my phone, and then Shayne Matthews will be joining us right now. So we're doing this on the fly. So let me introduce him in the TTNL way. As we do this, we always make stuff, and I'll make sure Shayne gets to see this. This is our guy, Shayne Matthews.
When this guy's name is said, Bears fans instantly go back to the 2001 season. A 14-year NFL veteran and a back-to-back SEC Player of the Year award winner. The only thing he's missing is a Y in his first name.
Motherfucker. What are the Y's?
Bears fans, let's give it up for the former Gator, our Chicago Bears alumnus. Let's give him a proper TTNL Network welcome. Give it up for Shayne Matthews.
Shayne Matthews on the phone. Can you hear me, Shayne?
I got you, my man.
There you go. Can you hear him, Shayne Marsaw?
Yes, I can. Shayne with a Y. Yeah, nobody's perfect. Shayne on the other end. They left off that Y in
The
your.
only issue we have is Shayne won't be able to hear Shayne unless I turn my headset.
No, I could hear him.
Oh, no, he won't be able to hear you.
Yeah. Oh, that's
the only issue.
Messing me up. Yeah.
I can hear him a little bit.
Yeah, I turned my headset up. We're doing this on the fly here, TTNL way. Now, Shayne, there's two Shaynes. I gotta figure out Coach Matthews. Is that better? There you go. Coach Matthews, straight from I already can sense the southern accent you have. I didn't know because I never saw a goddamn interview of you when I was a kid cheering for you. And let's go back to Florida. I didn't know this as much as I know about the Chicago Bears and football. A two-time SEC, all SEC at quarterback. Then you go undrafted. What was draft day like? And what was that story? And why no one chose to choose an eventual 14-year NFL veteran? How was that?
Well, I was a 3-year starter at Florida. As you said, SEC Player of the Year twice as a sophomore and a junior. I started my sophomore year. I was 6'3", 170. I got up to a whopping 175 my junior year. My third year, my senior, I was 180. So I went to the combine at 180 pounds. A lot of people said I'd be the third quarterback taken behind Drew Bledsoe and Rick Meyer, but never worked out. Never got that phone call. I think there was about 10 or 12 quarterbacks that came out of that draft. And I mean, obviously we know Bledsoe had a really good career, but I think Trent Green was in that quarterback class.
Right.
Mark Brunell went in either the 5th or 6th round, and he lasted 19 years, played a lot. He was a really good player. I didn't play a whole lot, but I lasted 14 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. When you come to the Chicago Bears as an undrafted, I didn't know until you came onto this network and we were doing a look back at Shayne Matthews, obviously, and 14 years in the NFL. Obviously, let's start with Chicago. You come in to Chicago. Do you get the call from the GM? How did you come to Chicago from out of Florida?
When I did get drafted, usually how it happens immediately after the draft, you get a bunch of phone calls from different franchises, and you try to pick where the best situation is for you. They'll give you some type of signing bonus. I think I got a whopping $3,000 signing bonus. So, I just felt like I kind of talked it over with my dad, and I was like, what the heck, we'll try Chicago. And, I was there for 4 years, didn't take a snap. And then I went to Carolina for 2 years and then came back to Chicago for 3 years and finally got an opportunity to play a little bit. Had some decent games and had some bad games, but that's what happens in the NFL.
When you talk about games, good games, bad games, you also had one of the most memorable games, and we put it in the promo for you that you can't see, but I will send it to you tonight so you could see how we do here. That Cleveland game, going down, getting the onside kick. What was your feeling like when you get back in the shotgun, you step up into the pocket, and here you are labeled as a guy that, he doesn't have a big arm. and you wing this ball down the field like it looks textbook, it looks effortless. But talk about that play to Chicago Bear fans around the world. What was that moment like for you, and what was going on in your head in that moment? Because if you remember, you scored before Fred Baxter drops a great throw by you in the red zone. I remember watching this game and losing my mind. If you know me, which you don't yet, but you will. I lost it. And then the next play you come back, and I think you hit Marty Booker in the back of the end zone. So you get down, you get the onside kick, and those millennials that haven't seen it, you see it in the Shayne Matthews comes out there. He throws two shallow crosses. They get out of bounds, and then he throws this ball that hangs in the air, tips. I think it was the defender, former Giant, the safety, who gets his hand on it, bats it the other way.
David Terrell was in there. I think
David Terrell was in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, James Allen dives, lands on Marty Booker's back, and you just raise your hands. What was that like?
Well, it's something that you practice, once a week. You practice that, the victory play, different types of scenarios. And, you got to give James Allen a lot of credit. He came out of the standing right next to me in the backfield on that play. But he got exactly to the point where he was supposed to be. And, we always had a tip guy and then had that guy surrounded by 2 or 3 or 4 receivers. And it worked out to perfection. That's the way, we try to draw it up. Usually Hail Marys don't work, but it did on that day. And, that was a pretty good game. That one in New Orleans, I can't remember what year it was. It may have been the same year. We scored like 2 touchdowns the last minute and a half to win that game.
It's so funny you bring that up, Shayne. Coach Shayne, former Shayne Matthews, former Bears quarterback, 14-year NFL veteran, also 2-time Player of the Year SEC. The resume is there. I am telling you, as a Connecticut kid, my first ever Chicago Bears game was the New Orleans Saints versus the Chicago Bears, with Coach Ditka coaching the Saints and Shayne Matthews hitting Curtis Conway in the left corner of the end zone. I was in the stadium. True story, Shayne. I'll never forget it, because, I grew up in Connecticut as a Bears fan because of Walter Payton, the real quick story. And to be there and be in that Soldier Field around those fans, I remember it very well that everybody started leaving the stadium. It was the old stadium too. And I'm like, what is going on? I'm yelling at fans. Never give up. I thought this was the city of big shoulders. Never give up. So the greatest story, there's like 6 Saints fans in front of me, like 4 rows down, and then a group of like college age Bears fans there. And all of a sudden we got a chant going, "Let's go Bears." Throughout the whole stadium, you guys were down 2 touchdowns, like you said. Shayne, you brought the Chicago Bears back. What was that game like? And what was the situation? Especially, obviously, Coach Nagy's talking about Trubisky coming back to town and it didn't really mean anything or whatever. But that, we all know that's a bunch of bullshit. What was it like to go against Ditka in that locker room and then be able to pull out that big win?
Well, I mean, obviously, with Ditka being on the other side of the sideline, I think more of the Bear fans may have been rooting for the Saints. You never know. But we didn't play. I didn't play great almost that entire game. I think it was very cold, obviously. Just didn't play well till we got into like a 2-minute situation. And I really enjoyed being in 2-minute situations, kind of, being able to call your own plays and things of that nature. So it was just one of those deals where we clicked in the last minute and a half and found a way to win that football game. And, like I said, the rest of the game, we weren't very good on offense.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this. Since you're obviously have the most experience being in that locker room, being a quarterback for the Chicago Bears, if you had the opportunity to Justin Fields, as he's a rookie coming into this, but you came in as an undrafted. This kid's coming in the first round. So as a quarterback yourself, a coach and a father of a quarterback, what would be the advice you would give this kid as he starts this journey, which seems to be an uphill climb because of, obviously, I'm sure you're paying attention of what is going on with Andy Dalton, Nagy, and Justin Fields?
Yeah, the NFL, it's a strange business. Whether he should be the starter day one, I don't really know the answer to that. I was on a lot of teams in my 14 years that drafted quarterbacks in the first round. And one of them was probably one of the most talented that I ever saw in the league. It was Carson Palmer. I was in Cincinnati, and Marvin Lewis, we drafted him first. Mm-hmm. He may have been the first pick. I can't even remember. But he didn't take one snap his entire rookie year. And he turned into be a pretty good quarterback. Times have changed a little bit. But, I think the Bears are in a situation now where, what the heck, man? They've never really had an established quarterback for a long, long time. Maybe Jay Cutler. But, shoot, I would just say the heck with it. Let's go play. Now he's not going to play great every game. It's just too hard in that league. Mm-hmm. But I don't see why they don't just go ahead and name him the starter.
Shayne, you have a question? Shayne Marsaw.
No, I was more interested in what I don't know. As a Chicago Bear, you've been there, and just as a quarterback in Chicago, is it looking at your other stops? How different is it in Chicago? You hear the media is just, it's, all over you for every little thing. Do you let it get into your head? Is it how big of a part of being a quarterback in Chicago is the media and that type of outside pressure?
Well, it's a huge city, obviously, and there's a lot of media people there, and there's, the Bears are one of the greatest franchises in the National Football League, so there's a huge fan base. But, as a quarterback, and maybe it's because I'm a coach's son. I've been around the game my whole life. I played for Steve Spurrier, who demands a lot out of his quarterbacks. I played in the SEC. You're going to get booed. You're going to get booed regardless of where you play in the National Football League. You're going to get a lot of praise as well. And sometimes the quarterback gets way too much credit when things go well. Sometimes the quarterback gets way too much blame when things go poorly. But it doesn't matter where you play. I think people want to say playing quarterback in New York or Chicago, these huge cities, is more difficult. It really isn't. It's no different than playing in Green Bay. It's a small city, but got great tradition. Mm-hmm. I think if you're one of the starting quarterbacks in the National Football League, you have pressure on you no matter where you're playing, mm-hmm. because it's your job. Your job's to be the leader. You got to go out and execute, produce. If not, you won't be there very long.
He's got a follow-up here.
Yeah, Shayne, when you're coming into the situation, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're an undrafted guy, number 11 overall pick like Justin Fields was. Just Shane Matthews, the NFL quarterback, and everything that you went through. Do you think it's more beneficial to have a plan where it seems like the Bears are really locked into this, maybe 3 or 4 games from Andy Dalton, and then turn the keys over to Justin Fields? I know you said you'd probably rather just say at this point, just let's go play ball and put Justin in there. But do you think that there's any type of upside to waiting 3 or 4 games to make this switch, or is that just much ado about nothing? Put the kid in there and let's roll. Let's see what happens.
Well, I think it depends on your ball club, and I haven't looked at the Bears' schedule. Sometimes, because as I said, I was a coach's son. I've coached high school ball. I can see why they may do that, depending on, hey, do we have some of our starting offensive linemen out first couple of weeks? Are we playing a team that their front four, we don't know if we can block them? What kind of defensive coordinator will he be going up against? Because, you got to do what's best for your football team. And again, the coaches' jobs are to go win. Not get Justin Fields playing time, but who gives us the best chance of beating opponent number one. Like I said, I have not looked at the Bears schedule the first 3 to 4 games, and maybe Nagy thinks that, Andy Dalton, with his experience being in the league for so long, he may be better suited to play. Now, I didn't see the Bears game the other day. I saw the highlight of Justin Fields. I don't know if he missed a hot read or if the right tackle messed up or what. But you do not want to take those kind of shots, or you won't last very long.
No, that was a horrific shot that he took. It looked like, because we broke it down on our Patreon site with my father. My father also, me and you have something in common, a coach's son here. So I know the life that you lived, but I'm lucky enough to have my dad, who's 81, on this network with us on our Patreon side. Me, him, and one of our producers and friend, Bearlissimo, were breaking that play down. If you're a patron, you would see that it looked to be obvious miscall, and then fundamentally on top of the miscall was confusion, because some people thought it should be the other. It was just completely putting him in a position. Obviously he's going to learn, but I also thought, Shayne, quarterback Shayne, that it was a dirty and cheap shot. When you're a quarterback like that, what are your thoughts on that shot real quick?
Yeah, I guess you can say it was dirty. Obviously, I think the guy was flagged. I can't remember.
Yeah,
but,
he was.
He went up high. But as a defender, sometimes, those guys, they get paid a lot of money to go try to hurt the quarterback. So it's, I see where you're coming from, and you hate to see your first round pick take a shot like that. The other thing about, one thing with Justin, and I don't know how bad, I know nothing about the Bears offensive line. But if you're going to have trouble blocking, sometimes with his athleticism, he's going to be able to help that offensive line out.
Exactly.
By, sketching the pocket.
Exactly. That's what makes him the anti-Nagy, as we say here. He overcomes the deficiencies with the offensive line as well as the play caller. But let me ask you one other thing that popped in my head, that we had a little discussion about it. As a quarterback, I want you to put yourself in his shoes there. You get freaking bamboozled, for lack of a better term, from the blind side like that on a cheap shot. Would you be upset if your offensive linemen weren't fighting and protecting you in that aftermath of that? Because a lot of fans were upset that the offensive line and nobody on the sideline did anything and just allowed Justin to lay on the ground.
Yeah, and again, I don't know, what it was, the starting line, the backups.
Backups. It was backup.
Yeah, and maybe they just didn't know how to react. But most starting offensive linemen, they take pride in protecting their guy. They know that he's going to take some shots here and there, but if it's a cheap shot, usually some type of fight breaks out.
Exactly. I was disappointed. I got to be honest.
Yeah, and starters don't play in the preseason in Chicago. Not under Nagy.
Starters don't play in the preseason. We're going to be talking about that all night. We don't get that, Shayne. Why a coach? You're a coach's son. So my father thinks it's sheer stupidity. I think it's sheer stupidity that you have bubble wrapped. That's what we call it here on this network. Your Allen Robinson, David Montgomery, all these starting players in assessing a young quarterback, and Andy Dalton, who's new to the offense here. Even though he has a history with Bill Lazor, he doesn't have one with you, Coach Nagy, the play caller. So to bubble wrap, meaning sit all these starters out, as Shayne Matthews, the quarterback, do you think that's fair to the football team in preparation for the regular season?
Gosh, that's a great question. I understand from a coaching standpoint, you don't want to risk any injury, but as you said, Dalton hadn't been in this system very long, and obviously Justin Fields needs to be taking reps with guys that are going to be actually on the 53-man roster. But I think coaches I wouldn't just say it's the Bears, but I think, I don't watch a lot of the NFL games, especially preseason, but watching those bits and pieces here and there this year, I think coaches really don't know how to treat this year's preseason games because they have 3. They're kind of feeling it out for the future because they were so used to the 4 games where your starters played, 8 plays the game 1. Game 2, they may play 1 whole series, maybe 2 series. And in game 3, it's usually where they played a half and maybe one series into the 3rd quarter. And in the 4th game, none of your starters played. So I think, give the coaches a benefit of the doubt. I think they're trying to figure out the best way of doing a 3-game preseason.
I mean, to me, I hear you, but I think it's a reach only because, okay, you got 3, so move it back because you're going to get the extra game in the season. Now there's 17 games where there used to be 16. So first preseason game, get your guys out there like you normally do, get them calloused up, as he says. And then the second game, you play them into the half and get them ready and prepare. I just have I'm watching other teams, Coach Shayne, and the New York Jets have their starters out there and a young quarterback learning with the guys that are actually going to help you succeed in the NFL. To me, it just seems absolutely asinine. But again, I hear what you're saying. I got to ask you this though, and then Shayne has some questions, and then there's almost 400 people listening live. So we're going to have some questions from the chat room for you, but I want to understand something that you've been a part of. And as an undrafted or not, as a veteran quarterback coming in, how important is it for the entire roster that if there's a quarterback competition between Jim Miller and Shayne Matthews, that politics and promises are kept out of it and performance is the impetus of who's going to play for the team? How important is that?
Well, any quarterback battle I was in or teams that I were on that had some quarterback battle, from politics, I don't know. I was on, obviously I mentioned earlier some teams that drafted quarterbacks in the 1st round. When I was with the Bears, they took Cade McNown. They took Cincinnati Bengals when I was there. We took Carson Palmer.
Right.
I was in Buffalo. They took J.P. Lossman. I was in Washington. They took Patrick Ramsey. Okay. 3 of those guys I just mentioned lasted about 3 or 4 years in the league, and they were 1st rounders. Mm-hmm. So,
yep.
Usually when you draft a guy in the 1st round, they're going to give him every opportunity to play and be successful. I pretty much knew my role on every team I was on. I was going to compete, but as a undrafted free agent, not a very big guy, not real strong. Mentally, I was sharper than anybody in the room. But, I most I ever weighed in the National Football League is 193 pounds. So
wow.
I knew that my role in the team was be that on the field type coach player.
Yep.
And if I wasn't playing, do everything I could on the sidelines or at practice to not only help the other quarterbacks, but help the other offensive players, learn the system as quickly as possible. So our politics played into it. I think it all comes down to, when management drafts a guy very high, they're going to give that player as many opportunities to be the star they think that he can possibly be.
Well, let me double down, and then Shayne, you have your question, and ask you this, because you're the coach's son and you're a coach. You're the head coach of the Bears. Do you allow the politics to invade? I mean, that's really the question here. You've lived this. I remember it very well. You and Jim Miller going into that season, and all the Bears fans, and that was like in dial-up internet days. But I still remember the message boards of flutter of who would be the better, Shayne Matthews or Jim Miller. And you lived in that competition. So you as the coach, though, how important is it, though, that the best players play?
Well, yeah, the best players play, but I think when you're comparing the competition or whatever between me and Jim, neither one of us were first-round draft picks and being paid a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think a lot of times whenever a kid is drafted in the first round, they're going to do everything they possibly can to give that player the benefit of the doubt. He's going to have the upper hand whether he's playing great football or not. Like I said, every first-round quarterback I was around got so many opportunities that if a free agent guy got that opportunity and played that way, you would never get the opportunity again. But by being a first rounder, you have a long, long leash.
Yeah. Shayne, go ahead.
Yeah. Shayne, I mean, you've been in Chicago, like we said, you know, multiple times, you know, a couple of different stops and been there for a long time. And somebody that's been in Chicago for a very long time and is still there and has, you know, overseen a lot of losing is Ted Phillips all the way up top. And there's been a lot of talk every year as the Bears seem to underachieve. You know, they're expecting different results and they never want to change anything up top and bring in a true football guy. You know, Ted was an accountant when he started out and made the McCaskies a shitload of money. So we know why he's up there. But in your stops in Chicago, and if you don't feel comfortable answering this, you know, you don't have to, but do you feel that winning was always priority number one over the bottom line while you were in Chicago? Because we've had former players on here that openly questioned it, you know, whether winning was priority number one in Chicago. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't know who else you've had on here. They may have played a lot more and been closer to the, you know, the management. But like I said, when you're a free agent and you're pretty much a minimum salary guy year in and year out, you don't really know what's the ins and the outs of the operations going on. Like I said, I just went about my business on a daily basis, tried to be the best teammate I could possibly be, regardless if I was playing or the number 2 or the number 3 guy. But I will say this, out of my 14 years in the National Football League, the Bears, they did things right when I was there. Now, I don't know how it was when I wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we were at the old Hallis Hall over there on Lake Forest College campus, it was a dump. But once they built that facility, man, it was first class. You know, there were some other places I went that weren't great, but yeah, I have no hard feelings towards the management or any of that stuff because I was never really involved in any of that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Former player Chris Zorich told me to say hello to you. I spoke to him last night, so
make sure you tell him I said hello.
Well, he will hear this, so we got to get you guys on together. That would be a lot of fun to reminisce on those days. We had a question from the chat room. I missed who asked it. I was trying to, but I didn't want to keep it blocking your. So whoever it was, I apologize, but this is your question to Shayne Matthews, former Bears quarterback here, 14-year veteran, 2-time SEC Player of the Year. That's freaking outstanding to me. Anyway, he wants to know who was the best coach that you had played for in the NFL and taught you the most about the game.
Oh, that's a great question. God, I had so many head coaches. You know, oh man. You know, what's interesting is my last year in the league was Saban's last year with the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, wow.
And I was down there. But at that time, we didn't, you know, he hadn't had much success in the National Football League. So whoever thought he was going to become what he is now at Alabama. But he was a player's coach. You know, there's not one coach that I played for that I didn't like and didn't learn something from. But the coach I learned the most about football and offensive football was my college coach, Steve Spurrier. I would have never lasted 14 years because he played the position in the National Football League, the way he coached it. I honestly, my rookie year sitting in meetings, I felt like mentally I knew the game better than everybody in that meeting at the quarterback position.
That's awesome. Micah Brooks. I don't know where he's from, but Micah wants to know, who's your favorite receiver that you played with on the Chicago Bears?
Probably Curtis Conway. He and I came in the same year. I think he was the first round draft pick.
Oh yeah,
class
out of USC.
Yep. But I also liked Marty Booker as well. I tell an interesting story. My rookie year, I used to run the scout team. It was Harbaugh was the starting quarterback. I think Peter Tom Willis was the backup. And I used to run the scout team, and there was this wide receiver that we used to just slice and dice guy. Usually when you run the scout team, they tell you where to throw the football on the card. Everything. I never did that because I'm like, look, we're playing the Green Bay Packers. Brett Favre ain't going to throw it over here in the triple coverage. Or every now and then he might, but the quarterback's going to make his read off what the defense is doing. So I used to do that because that's what I was taught in college.
Right.
But me and this guy named Keenan McCardell.
Oh my God.
And I kept thinking to myself, why is this guy not one of our – he was on the practice squad. He wasn't even on the 53-man roster. I'm thinking, why are they not playing this guy? Well, obviously he got picked up, I think, by the Cleveland Browns.
Yes, it was the Cleveland Browns.
Him, and I went to the Jaguars when they made their run, when they were really good. And, shoot, he was an unbelievable wide receiver. But my favorite would probably be Curtis or Marty Booker.
Oh, my God.
Marty Booker had the biggest hands I've ever seen, I think, on a professional athlete. I have a pair of his gloves. I couldn't tell you what game it's from. And Jim Miller actually said, he's like, the funny thing with Marty Booker, his hands were so big he could never pull the Velcro strap across. They were always loose because his hands were so damn big.
Yeah, they were.
Typical Chicago Bears. They have Villanueva on their practice squad. He becomes an all-pro with the Pittsburgh Steelers left tackle. They let him go. Keenan McCardell, like you said. And we were talking about obscure players. Just because you tell this story, other than Keenan McCardell, who was the one player that you saw? I don't care if it was with the Bears or anywhere that you said, wow, this kid is a player, but he really never got his shot. Is there anyone that you remember? Or maybe he got hurt and we never got to see it.
Oh, man, that's God, there's so many guys like that you see in the NFL. They get caught up in the numbers game. I can't think of anybody right off the top of my head. I'll have to think about that. Maybe it'll come to me here.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I can't think of anything right now.
When you look back at the running backs that you played with in Chicago, who was the guy that stood out for you? You were there. Were you there with Rashaan Salam?
I was.
So, yeah. What was he like as a player? And then who was the back that you really thought was special?
Well, we had the years I was there, Rashaan Salam, Curtis Enos.
Oh, yeah.
Trent, James Robin, James Allen.
Yep.
Trying to think if there was anybody else, but I think that was the main.
Raymond Harris would have been there.
Right? Raymond Harris.
Raymond Harris is one of my favorite players of all time. One of my favorite teammates. I see him a couple times a year. I think he's still working
the ultra back
office with Ohio State doing something.
Really?
But Raymond was a really good football player.
I remember Raymond Harris having like 328 yards rushing in his final game at Ohio State. And then he comes to the Chicago Bears and God, the ultra back, right?
Yeah, the ultra back.
The ultra back. Somebody wanted to know who was the best offensive lineman that you played with with your time with the Chicago Bears?
Best offensive lineman. I'll tell you one guy that I played with that longtime center, Olin Kreutz. Well, the reason is, I mean, you talk about a tough dude, but, you know, as a quarterback, you have so many responsibilities. And I'll be honest with you, when it comes to the run game and the run checks, I knew them, but all I cared about was throwing the football. So anytime you got a center who's smart, who understands the run game and what the checks are supposed to be too, you know, he was the kind of guy is coming out of the huddle. He was already telling, you know, what the run check should go to. And so I didn't have to think.
Yeah.
And, you know, the quarterback has to think so much. That really helped me out. But, yeah, he was a heck of a center.
Huge friend of the show. He's been on the show. I think he's our most 3 times he's been on our show.
Great dude.
Great human being. He's actually our choice to become the president of football operations for the Chicago Bears, who will just tell you because you're not following it, but Ted Phillips has been a millhouse to Bart Simpson when it comes to the Chicago Bears. He looks like him as well. And, you know, when you have corporate kind of mentality with a football program that never has had the franchise quarterback, and that's no offense to you, I'm just keeping it 100, like, you know.
Most of your franchise quarterbacks are high draft picks.
Exactly. And your story of, you know, enduring 14 years in the NFL, height, you know, coach's son, 193 pounds. I mean, your story is very, very Hollywood worthy to see where you've gone and what have you. I'm sure you had a lot of haters. I was not one of them, though. I was a supporter of number 9 out there. I felt like you definitely wear the number 9 better than Nick Foles does. I'll keep that 100. But Olin Kreutz has had nothing but positive things to say about you as well. But, you know, he tells the funny stories. Like, I played with fucking 17 different quarterbacks in my time with the Chicago Bears. And they don't have this football first mentality. And it seems to be showing up now that you got the high end. Well, you had Mitch too. And you had a coach refusing to play to Mitch's strengths. And you know that as a coach, you know, how important is that, Coach Matthews, to see, okay, this is what my quarterback does well. This is the things he struggles with. My offense, you can't say, hey, we're going to run my offense. You have to somehow say, okay, I got to put that aside and do what this kid does best. Am I right?
You're absolutely right. I mean, that's a coach's job, is to put players in a position to be successful. And, you know, I think that's what's so great about high school coaches. Well, I mean, high school's kind of changed a little bit because I guess there's recruiting out there and so many kids transferring. Back in the day when you grew up in a neighborhood, you knew what high school you were going to go to and you played there. Well, that coach may not have a drop back passer and he may like to throw the football, but his quarterback can't throw a lick. So you got to adjust. And, you know, usually in the National Football League, everybody coming in there can throw the football, but some guys do other things better than the other guys. So I agree. You know, a coach has to adjust to his talent. And it's just like, you know, a wide receiver. Not every wide receiver can run the route tree. You know, some routes they run wonderful.
Yep.
Some routes that aren't worth a damn at. So why would I call a pass play for this wide receiver X if I had him running an 18-yard comeback and he's a horrible guy coming out of his break?
Yes.
I'm not going to call that play for him. Now, he may be a tremendous dig route runner, shallow cross, post route, whatever it is. Those are the plays that you're going to call for that guy. But I'm a firm believer that not everybody can do everything well. Figure out what they do well and call those plays.
Oh, my God.
You want to come call plays in Chicago?
Well, I'll give you a prime example. You know, when usually most offensive coordinators, quarterback coaches, you sit in your meetings, you have your game plan sheet. It's got 1,000 plays on there. Only about 20 of them get called in a damn game. I don't know why they always have so many plays, but you go through it, or the quarterback coach, coordinator says, okay, now this is most of the ones I play for. And if they didn't, I would tell them, well, if I get in the game or if I'm playing, I cross out every play I did not like. So
that's awesome.
It's the coach. I've never understood why any coach at any level calls a play. They may love the play. I mean, when I was coaching high school ball, I'd have these great pass plays. I'm like, man, this is just going to tear them up on Friday night. Well, whether it was my son or my other quarterbacks, if they didn't like it, as much as I loved it, I couldn't call it. So, I've always thought good coordinators, they don't call anything the quarterback's not comfortable with.
Unbelievably said. If you're just tuning in, we got former Bears quarterback Shayne Matthews, our first ever, this is history here, Bears quarterback on our show. Jim McMahon stood us up. And so you become the first, but you're also the best because you just crushed that right there. I can't agree with what you just said any more than that. We got a couple more questions from the chat that are really good questions. First one is Cameron Beige, one of our patrons. He asks if what was it like for you alternating drives with Cade McNown his rookie year?
Oh wow, this guy, he's definitely a Bear fan to know that. It was awful. Whether it was myself or Jim, we hated it because, as a quarterback, it's just you got to get into the rhythm of the game. And if I remember correctly, the plan was the third series of the game, Cade was going to go in.
Wow.
Well, it's just that's just part of being a first round draft pick, figuring out a way to get him in the game, get him some experience. So, there's not much you can do about it. I guess you could bitch and complain and raise hell, but I don't think I was ever in that position to do that. But it was not fun. Not at all. Nothing against Cade. It's just, regardless of whoever quarterback is, you got to get into the rhythm of the game.
Shayne, we're just playing off of that while we're talking about Cade. What was the overriding issue there? I mean, I've heard whispers that there was an ego and attitude problem, or was it just simply a talent issue when it came to Cade McNown?
I don't think he threw the ball well enough to play in the National Football League. Yeah. There's a lot of great college quarterbacks that come out and somehow they get drafted real high and they just don't last. But you have to be, the game's changed a little bit with the dual threat guys, but when it's all said and done, if you're not an elite, accurate passer in that league, you will not last.
Shayne,
great drop right there.
As part of that quarterback room, just to play off this, and these are the things that always interest me. How long does it take you as a part of that room where you're like, oh Jesus, they may have missed big time on this kid? I mean, how long does it take you as a player? I know you're not going to come out and say it at the time, but was it pretty quick where you're like, wow, this may be a real bad pick?
Well, you can usually tell, and there's a saying out there that players on your team know who should be playing.
Yep.
Now they do understand that if you're a first round pick, you're going to get a lot of opportunities, and sometimes if you got a veteran football team and who hadn't won a whole lot of games, but you got a young quarterback or a young running back or whatever, they're going to get a bunch of opportunities. But you can tell. Shoot, after training camp or whatever, I mean, there's always that question in your mind. I don't know if this guy can play or not.
Right.
And it's usually it's the quarterback position because that's what everybody's focusing on. There were a couple of times when on some teams, maybe it was a wide receiver here or there that, you're like, God, how did this guy get drafted in the first or second round? He just doesn't have the speed to get open. And, but it happens. I mean, it's not just with the Bears, it's every team. There are always these so-called busts. And, but it stands out more, I think, at the quarterback position because it's the glamour position, the most important position in all of sports. And, people, that's what they're looking at. The average fan, that's all they care about is who the quarterback is.
Absolutely. And especially with the day and age of fantasy football, you add that even more to the fire. Greg Braggs asks, what you thought of the field conditions at Soldier Field. Was it a disadvantage to the Bears or a disadvantage or an advantage to an opponent? You wanted to know.
Well, I mean, I would say I think it was pretty much even, honestly, because it's not like we practiced there. I think if you were practicing on that field, it could have been an advantage for the Bears. But when you only play there, 8 times a year or whatever, I would say it was just a draw.
Yeah, it's strange that you guys never practice at the field you play on. It's like that is
the only people that would go practice would be the kickers and the punters.
Right.
They would drive down, and I don't know if they still do that, but
Cody Parkey didn't.
Chris Gardocki and that crew used to. They would never be in Lake Forest. They'd always be down kicking, and I could understand why because of the wind and it swirls in there, and they had to get used to it.
Yeah. PJ asks you this question. He wants to know, what do you think of, as an analyst, as a coach and a quarterback yourself, of Trubisky and Justin Fields as QBs, their strengths and their weaknesses from your perspective as a former quarterback?
Well, I'll be quite honest. I haven't watched a lot of Justin Fields since he's been as a Bear. I watched a lot of him in college, and he's just a tremendous athlete. I don't know if he's a great passer of the football, but in today's game, with his athletic ability, he doesn't have to be. When I say a great passer, I'm talking about, he's going to be that guy that's going to make 1 or 2 throws, and you're like, wow. And then when the guy's wide open in the flat, he one-hops it. Great passers complete the easy throws. And maybe he will become that. Trubisky, I don't know if he played enough in college to be a first-round draft pick. I think he only had like 12 starts at North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken, something like that.
Yeah, that was
13.
15.
13.
He's similar to Justin Fields from an athletic standpoint, I think, because I think he felt more comfortable getting outside the pocket. Time will tell. I don't know if he's been a bust or what, but I guess apparently he played pretty well the other night against Chicago. I didn't see any of it.
Yeah, he did play well, and it goes back into a rant that I'll probably give later, but when you're coaching players, back to what you were saying, doing what the player does well is so important. And unfortunately, I feel like we're in the same position here, except there's so many unknowns because we haven't played a game yet. And we're keeping this quarterback competition out of the competition, but it is a competition, but it'll happen in the season, but not when it's doesn't matter, but it should matter. It's so utterly confusing, and I don't want to confuse you who isn't following it like we do here, because let me tell you, I got a lot to say about this coach tonight and the situations that are going on. But in this regard to you playing under Dave Wannstedt and Dick Jauron. So in those two circles of your quarterback, what was the difference for you ultimately in playing for Wannstedt and Jauron? Was there a better situation for you, or is it just, opportunity?
Well, I never took a snap under Dave Wannstedt. Dick Jauron gave me an opportunity when I came back to the Bears to get a little bit of playing time. So obviously I would lean towards Dick Jauron. I thought he was as good a man as you ever be around. I thought he was a good football coach, very quiet, kind of kept to himself. But yeah, I never played a snap with Monstead as the head coach. I was just on the team.
Shayne, you had a question for him.
No, I was.
Oh,
next
I'm
to somebody
sorry.
else. I'm sorry, Phil. No, my bad.
I thought you had a question. If you look through the eyes, and I know we've had you on for just over an hour now, so I don't want to keep you. If Claudio and Caden, if there's a couple more questions from the chat, I want to, be aware of Shayne Matthews. If you're just tuning in, former quarterback Shayne Matthews joining the Tape Never Lies Network, keeping it 100 tonight, talking about his time with the Bears as well as the now Bears, and really getting into it and giving you some great stuff in regards to the quarterback position as well as performance and politics and all the things we've talked about here. My last question, though, for you, Shayne, is one with which, do you have any regrets in your career with Chicago? Is there any moments you were like, you felt like you got the short end of the stick in your time here with the Chicago Bears?
I wouldn't say I have any regrets. I mean, for a kid who wasn't drafted to get opportunities and be able to play 14 years of the National Football League, I don't know if I'd change anything. I mean, yeah, everybody wants to play, but at my position, only one guy can play at a time. So you kind of understand your role. And like I said, if I didn't understand the game, the X's and O's so well, I probably would not have lasted as long as I did.
That's well said. I got one last question from the chat. It's from my guy. We got two questions from the chat, I'm told by the producer here. What was your best memory as a Chicago Bear? From Cliff.
Is he referring to as a game or just
anything in general? What's your best memory?
Well, I would say, just being a part of the Bears organization. Just the history. I was talking to a guy the other day about this. The Bears, the Steelers, the Packers, the Raiders, the Cowboys. When you think of those teams, you think of great tradition of the National Football League. They never change their uniforms. They've always been the same. Just the fan base, the passion of the Bears. I love that. I'm not a big city person, but Chicago is my favorite big city in America because it's clean, lots of stuff to do.
Hell yeah.
Really enjoyed my time there. Met a lot of great teammates. And just to be able to play in Soldier Field. Like I said, for a guy who wasn't drafted, to have an opportunity to play in a huge city like that, those are the memories that'll last a lifetime.
Last question comes from Michael, and then I have a favor to ask of you.
No, let me back up. There was one other great memory that I have.
Okay.
I want to say it was the year. Was this 90? I don't know if it was my rookie year. It was the 75th year of the National Football League. So whatever year that was.
I could see the patch on the jersey right now.
Yeah.
That was the year we wore the throwback.
Yes.
1994.
The ugliest throwback, I think, ever.
Yeah. Well, I have this great picture in my office.
Yeah.
Being from Mississippi, where the great sweetness Walter Payton was from.
Wow.
I'm standing on the sideline, and he's got his arm around me. And I guess the team photographer took a picture of that. Walter signed it for me, and that's probably one of the greatest memories I have as a Bear.
Holy, I'm so fucking jealous of you right now. I'm not even gonna lie. We keep it 100 here. I can't even. That's the reason I'm a Bears fan, for you to meet him. Oh, okay. One last question and then a favor, because the fans are asking 1,000 questions, but I got to go with my boy, Mikel Williams. He wants to know your take as a head coach. What do you think of a NFL head coach still trying to find his identity after 3 years?
Yeah, coaching is a strange game, a strange job. Usually I will say this. I feel like really good coaches, you got to have a plan and stick to that plan, and you got to have a good player at the quarterback position to be successful. If you look back at all the great NFL coaches especially, they've had a stud at the quarterback position. And, you know, it's the most important position in all of sports, and especially the way the game changed now, it's favored to the offense. You got to have a trigger man that knows what he's doing and can take you to the promised land. So whether that's Justin Fields or another draft pick in 4 years from now, who knows? But hopefully he's the guy for the Bears fan base that can take them to the promised land.
Shayne Matthews, you have a podcast that Bears fans can go check out. You talk Florida Gator football. So if you're a Gator fan, where can they find your show?
Well, we talk a little bit of everything, but obviously we lean heavy towards the Gators. It's live Monday through Fridays from 8 to 9 Eastern Standard Time on Facebook Live. It's called Pot Up with Matthews in the Morning. But it's also on YouTube and Spotify and Google, all that stuff. There's like a million platforms. I don't understand it all. I have people that do the whole show for me. That's why I apologize again for the not being able to get on with y'all tonight, because all I do every morning is I just go turn my computer on and they do the rest.
We're going to get you. I'm going to work with you on the side because we got to get you on. We got to get you back on.
I'm 51, and they didn't have computers when I was in college. I didn't ever have to use a computer playing pro ball. They didn't have the iPads and all that stuff. So computers freak me out.
Hey, my father's 81. He's got an iPad now. He comes on the show. If I could teach him, I know I can teach you and get these fans to see that handsome face and that picture behind in your office of Walter Payton. I know so many people loved you. I wish you could see the chat room. I'm going to text. I'm going to DM Shayne or text, however you prefer me, Shayne, the intro that we produce for you, because I hope you could share with your wife and your son and your family. I know you're a good family man and a great father. We love that here. We say TTNL is family, and we don't joke about that. We really believe it. So you should see the comments. One of the best interviews ever. TTNL, this is what it's all about, having former players. Shayne Matthews is awesome. Shayne keeping it 100. Shayne Matthews keeping it 100. Wow, I'm so amazed with Shayne Matthews, and on. Shayne, thank you so much for your time. Everyone's saying these beautiful, nice things to you. So I just have one favor to ask my former quarterback. Being the first quarterback, can you give us a station ID so we could promote you on this network? And all you have to say is, hey, this is former Bears quarterback Shayne Matthews, and I'm keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies network. I'll say it again for you. Hey, this is former Bears quarterback Shayne Matthews, and I'm keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies network.
All right, let's see if I can do that. Hey, this is Shayne Matthews, former Bears quarterback. I'm keeping it 100 on the Tape Never Lies network.
This guy knows the fucking playbook,
like
Shayne.
He's a quarterback. Yeah.
It's like he's a quarterback or something. That was awesome. Shayne Matthews, I cannot thank you enough. We were in the huddle, Shayne. We did what Coach Nagy can't do, Coach Matthews. We adjusted our game plan mid in the show, and we got in the huddle and we went in another direction with our offense. We put you on an iPhone. The iPhone getting a lot of shit tonight because YouTube, we can't search, but the iPhone right here came through for this is one of my favorite interviews ever, Shayne Matthews. I can't thank you.
Well, yeah, I appreciate it. You having me on. We'll have to do it again. And yeah, hopefully all the listeners, they'll go follow my podcast, whether they like the Gators or not. We do talk some NFL. So
yeah, followed him, guys. Give him a follow and let him know you saw him here on the Tape Never Lies network, so Shayne Matthews knows. Can they follow you on Twitter? Is that
Yeah, Twitter. I mean, I'm not on Twitter mostly. I mean, I don't post a whole lot. I usually like to read. But, yeah, my Twitter handle is SM Niner, N-I-N-E-R, SM Niner.
We got it up. Thank you, producers. They got it up streaming on the show. Follow Mr. Shayne Matthews. I can't thank you enough, Shayne. You have a great night. Performance over politics, Shayne Matthews. That's how we're gonna end this show, end this interview. I love you.
No, man, go Bears.
Go Bears. Wow. Shayne Matthews. Shayne. We did it on the fly, Shayne.
That's
we
right.
did it on the fly. I want to shout out Steven Johnson and Ron G for helping get the banners up and everything to prepare.
Jackal
Because
didn't do
Shayne Matthews ain't. Jackal did nothing.
Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
What an interview, Shayne. What
Yeah,
an
it was
interview.
that was fun, man. You love to have guys in here that have you see these guys that are taking number 11 overall and they come in and there's a lot handed to them, just like Shayne Matthews talked about. And this is a guy that was told from his people to expect to be the third quarterback taken, and then he's not drafted at all, but yet he survived in this league for 14 seasons. And Phil, when I was writing his intro, you do a little bit of research and you want to throw some things in there. I'm like, that can't be right. 14 years. I mean, I live and die with this team. And when I heard that, I'm like, Jesus, that's fucking super impressive.
What I take away? I mean, the sheer intelligence and complete composure.
He said it as an undrafted free agent. He's like, guys, when I walked into that locker room my rookie year as an undrafted guy, I felt like I was the smartest guy in that room.
It's unbelievable. My hair is crazy. Ralph Barf. I'm sorry.
It's perfect timing for our guy that's in the green room there. He's
Hold on.
What are the whys, right? What are the whys? And so when we all understand what the whys are, whatever that is.
I'm telling you, how stupid is that?
Thank you. He's not talking about our guy in the green room, but our guy in the green room might be the only guy alive that still has hope, like Gary Williams does for one Coach Nagy. I don't know how he has it.
There's hope, guys. There's hope.
Cars still has hope. Let's bring him out here.
Nerd alert!
Nerd. There he is. Matt Karstensen, our guy, our nerd, the number one nerd, according to sources.
Jackal better be producing the Cars golfer hat that we're going to put in the swag shop.
Jackal has produced hats like other network has produced Smartest Man t-shirts.
Oh, my God.
They've never
Cars. Phil and I were sitting there the other night. We get a text from Jackal, and he's like, guys, pick one. Which one's better? 2 worst fucking hats ever, he sends us. Phil and I did.
It's the meth. It's the meth. Every time.
Neither one of us fucking responded to him. Then today, Phil and I were talking on the phone. He's like, what's up with those fucking hats that Jackal sent us? And I'm like, oh my God, bro. They were god awful.
Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
I wonder if he got the idea from one of his leather-bound books from his office that smells of mahogany all the time, right? So, absolutely.
Leather-bound books. I like that.
But Cars, you bounced in there at the end of Shayne Matthews, and I said, keeping it 100. I told Phil I was never. I can remember as a fan getting disappointed when Shayne Matthews came in. At the time, you heard about Cade McNown, and I was never a guy that wanted Cade in the draft. The Bears made that fucking pick, and you wanted it to work out. But I don't know if you were on at this point, but he said it was pretty evident very early that Cade couldn't make the passes that would warrant, an NFL quarterback. And, this is the life we live as a Chicago Bears fan. And it's he's like, yeah, by the time training camp was over, you could pretty much tell our first round draft pick was not a dude that was gonna make it.
I mean, it tells because he's got he only, for a first round pick to only get 2 years. And I think it's like a total of like 16 starts across 2 years.
That was Jerry Angelo's very first move when he became Bears GM. He shipped McNown to Miami.
The Dolphins, yeah.
And
like he never played a
pick. No,
down for him. Yeah, I mean, Shayne never had one of the strongest arms either. It was always like my biggest frustration with him. But I mean, his touchdown throw to James Allen is still probably one of the most memorable throws,
and that was
in my lifetime.
Fucking deep ball. I mean,
we got it in the. Let's play the open one more time for perspective for those people. This is this intro. It gives you the shot. So I want you, if you go back, Shayne, Phil, and Cars, close your eyes if you're playing at home. We're all in dial-up days when this transpired, I believe. And all of us, I remember exactly where I was watching this game because the week before, it was Mike Brown housing the interception of what's his name,
Jeff Garcia.
Thank you, Jeff Garcia, to end that game. And then we come back, and this was like a 4 o'clock game, I believe, that went into the sun went down, so it became a night game against the Browns, and Tim Couch was tearing us
works
up.
When the sun goes down, it does get dark. It's the weirdest fucking thing, but
anyway, you asshole.
When this guy's name is said, Bears fans instantly go back to the 2001 season.
So there it is, right there.
Yeah.
40-yard toss. Obviously, it probably went 47 yards.
13-3 that team was, and then kicked in the balls by Philadelphia.
The worst 13-3 franchise or team I think I've ever seen in my life. Right, like, inexcusable that they would be.
I really believed, because that was what we were talking about with Jim Miller, and if Jim Miller doesn't get fucking tossed down late by Hugh Douglas, that football team has a chance, because Jim was playing really good football. To be honest and fair,
that was
Donovan McNabb hits the fullback wide open in the fucking
Cecil Martin.
But I mean, you got to remember that's your Des White days, right? Like that's the start of Marcus Robinson's small reign of terror, right? Like that was Marty Booker. Some of the names are so. Des White was always like one of the original training camp superheroes.
He fell to the 3rd round, and every single fucking Bears fan was rejoicing. Oh my God, Des White fell to the 3rd round. We picked him.
We hadn't seen those big. Physical, athletic receivers, and then nope.
No, it was a God, that team looks, oh God. Again, there are certain moments that you hit and you're just like, holy, the back-to-back. I texted Shayne, but like literally 2 of the guys at the message board that we used to be a member of, I was at a bar with both of those, with Grit and Wolfie, watching that game. So to your point, I will always remember where I was, because it was, I mean, it's one of those things, like there's no way this can happen twice in a row, right? Like there's no way this is going to go on. And
exactly. It did.
Yeah,
and it was a cheap shot.
That was
just
the
like
last game
Jim McMahon.
before they renovated Soldier Field. They closed the doors that night.
And then it was the year of a million injuries with Colombo and Ted Washington and Traylor, and everybody started to go down that next year.
Yeah,
it's tough. Historically, when you go down the road with the former player, and you got, I'm talking about a lot of nuggets as a coach, as a player, as a quarterback of this team. I don't think he danced around subjects. I think
Eric, that is.
I think he was
speaking about.
He was really honest and thorough.
Yeah, he was. No, I enjoyed it, and even I did. You never know how players are going to react. Not everybody's not Olin Kreutz, and I know this was before you got here, but I asked him, was his time in Chicago 2 separate stops? was winning priority number one while you were there. And he's like, I never was a part of any. He's like, guys, I was a minimum, contract guy, bottom of the roster. And he's like, so that never was anything that I was a part of. But I mean, we know the answer to that because we live and die with it. Olin has talked about it, and it's just, especially on that side of the ball. And I mean, you're still seeing it to this day, the monumental difference in, just the financial aspect of the defensive side of the ball versus what's on offense. And this is who was talking about it? I don't know.
Who was
that somebody that I was talking about? They said that
what are the whys?
What was they're talking about every single Chicago Bears offensive lineman, all of their contracts, they make less money than they're talking about somebody.
Oh yeah, because I mean,
shit, I can't remember
it's
who
a
that
huge
was.
issue because look at the middle linebacker room, right? Caleb Johnson,
Jimmy Graham
that's
makes more money than every single Chicago Bears offensive lineman put together when you're talking about in one season.
It's crazy when you look at the defense. And again, Caleb Johnson has been really, really good.
Yeah.
But he's like your third string kind of inside linebacker. We have more talent in second string and third string positions on defense than we have on first string on offense. Right? Like
we don't know, Cars. That's the problem. We don't know.
It's that way on the line. Right, like the wide receiver room, I'm really interested to see that because we haven't seen A-Rob, we haven't seen Mooney, we really haven't seen Goodwin, we haven't seen Bird, right? Like we've seen little glimpses of them. I think the wide receiver room has been more talented, but like just historically, offensive line, I could go 3 deep on defensive line before, like you could maybe argue Whitehair and Daniels, and probably maybe Peters now is getting up there, but like before Mustafer, I would take 7 of the interior defensive linemen before what we've seen out of the right tackle so far. I take every other defensive lineman. Like we are so deep on defense, and we are barely deep enough on offense to field the team.
You bring up Mustafer. Let's start there. We broke it down with Patron with my father and Barlissimo the other night, watching the all 22. So we had the all 22 to watch these guys and how it's still a shit show. It's still fundamentally flawed, and Mustafer is terrible. Mustafer is there out of a story. He's getting blown up, and I'll tell you right now, okay, I don't know. Redmond hasn't gotten the opportunity to play with the ones and go up against Redmond is doing things that Mustafer has never done, though. There's a one technique that he's got to scoop and get to run a zone play, and Redmond does it. Mustafer can't do it. He gets blown up. Now, somebody's going to argue, well, Phil, he's going up against... No, this is the NFL. I just want to see fundamentals. Wrong steps by Mustafer, snaps on the ground by Mustafer. It's a huge issue, and it's one with which these... Shayne, show it again, please. Politics is over performance with Coach Nagy. You want to ask the whys? I want to ask you the why. Why the fuck isn't there a competition at every position?
What are the whys, right? What are the whys?
What are the whys? The whys. You're not the whys.
Like, I just don't understand
at this point.
It's easy for fans, and like I said, and everybody knows that I'm not a Notre Dame guy, but there's plenty of Notre Dame fans in the chat, and it's not even about that. I mean, I honestly, Phil, this isn't great. You and I were talking to a former Notre Dame player last night. We'll share more on that next week. But I'm just saying, and he even admitted
it
that it's people become intoxicated by that. And Sam Mustafer, yes, sticking up and being the first guy on the pile. I talked about it on many shows, being the first guy there. But Jesus, Phil, when you had to bounce in the beginning of the show and Claude and I were here talking a little bit, I mentioned it. You know, we talked to Greg a little bit, who was in Vegas and then was home for like 17 minutes and then took off to go to camp and then was at the Cubs game later that afternoon. But that's neither here nor there. But it's Greg even mentioned that Sam's body looks sloppy.
Greg said the opposite of what people, because Zach Pearson and Barlissimo both said he looks stronger, he looks big. Greg said the utter opposite. He's like, Phil, I'm 10 feet. What did he say? 5 feet from him.
Well, he talked
I hate to say it. He's got rolls. He talked to him face to face. He's got rolls sitting over him, and he looks out of shape. I'm going by Greg because what I'm seeing, guys, as a coach, as an offensive line guru, that's my thing. I love that. I'm looking at a center that's getting overwhelmed, and it's just honesty. It's
the whole line was predicated on him taking the lead, right? Like
exactly.
The whole line was predicated on Tevin Jenkins stepping up. Obviously, I will go to the grave telling you that is way more mental than it is anything physical. I'm not taking away that he's got back problems, but the way that they danced around and
surgery.
Yeah, but they're like, we're gonna fix the lumbar. He had herniated discs, and they're like, yeah, the whole thing smells. But it was predicated on that. It was predicated on Mustipher taking the leap, and it was predicated on Ifedi being better as a right tackle. And unfortunately, 2 of those 3 things aren't happening, and the jury is still going to be out on that third position. But if you go into the season and all of a sudden center, that again you were sadly counting on an undrafted free agent to bulk up and make all those moves, and a second round pick playing left tackle, which I think we all agree he can do, but has way more history at right tackle. Like the Ryan Pace mantra has always been, I'm just going to build my team assuming this guy or these guys take the leap. And it's yet to help us. Nobody has Mooney, I still say, will make the leap. So especially so Claudio doesn't kill me. But most of these guys that we've counted on to make this leap have never made them.
Stay there, because Shayne made the point, and I agree. Mooney has done shit yet. And
I just don't know why
treating
fans
him like
are
he's
treating him like
Isaac
he's
Bruce in year 8.
treating him like he's fucking Randy Moss, right? And it's
the amount of people that are like he's number 1 is pretty astounding to me. He's shown enough that you know that, but he'll never be more than a very good number 2, which there's no shame of in the NFL.
Listen,
no, I mean,
I want to say that,
like I said, if he becomes Deshaun Jackson, that's exactly what this fucking team needs.
They need him to be Johnny Knox. They don't even need Deshaun. They just need a guy to go out and be like a threat to get 16 plus yards a catch. That's it.
His tape of him last year is awesome. The player blocking physically, being more aggressive than Allen Robinson, being better than J.P. Holtz as a blocker. I'm not kidding. His tape, the hands, the focus, the big play, all of that is beautiful. But that's last year. Your year 2. You ever hear the sophomore slump? It's a fucking thing because it's real. That's the reality. It happens. So you got to prepare the speed of the game for a young kid. You can't bubble wrap his ass. You can't. And unfortunately, we have a coach with the whys. He's asking everybody else the why. You answer the fucking why. Why is there no quarterback competition for Andy and him? Why is there a problem at center? Why are you doing that same shit that you're talking about at Cars, and I'm watching the fucking tape, and I'm saying you're absolutely right. You can't go as a coach or a GM and say, Sam's our guy. He hasn't done it yet, and we passed over him for Alex Bars and had him on the practice squad forever. Then he comes in there, plays okay, and is the fiery type, but we're going to hand him the job and not competition there. You move Island out instead of allowing the competition with Iceland, Redmond, and Mustafa, you're allowing politics. It's Sam. Sam keeps getting mentioned by the head coach like he's some sort of fucking 3-year starter. He's done nothing but showcase to me he's a liability in the run game. He's okay.
I think the problem is he's the only one that's vocal and a leader, and that's again the way that Ryan Pace has been very good at building a defensive room with a lot of leaders, a lot of people to stand up, right? If you look at that offense, that doesn't exist. There are no Olin Krutzes. There are none of those things. The people that you would want to step up the most, I think Montgomery would.
He's stepping up. He is.
But Allen Robinson should be someone, and he's too worried about himself.
Exactly.
He's too worried about his contract. You've got a Fetty who has, is really unsure. And I agree with Berlissimo. I'm not happy with what I see from footwork out of him. I'm not happy with him overall at right tackle. I think if you peel all of this back, in all seriousness, I think if you peel all this back, we've got 3 question marks out of 5 positions on that line. And that's why there isn't more of a competition. You need a like when you get into a quarterback that can tell the line where to go because you don't trust the line to know where to go, that's a huge problem.
That's why the rookie, you heard Shane Matthews talk about Olin Krutz, Shane. He said, I was so grateful because I just wanted to throw, and I'm paraphrasing, I just wanted to throw the ball, but I had Olin there calling out the fronts so it could be blocked up, so I didn't have to worry about that. Well, Justin Fields is going to have to worry about his offensive line. Does he know Matt Nagy? Does anybody know Matt Nagy's playbook? Because I don't
know the offense. Like,
there's no offense.
The line still doesn't know where they go.
They don't.
There are too many times where we see a play and we know what's supposed to happen and what does happen.
Nope.
These two things could not be farther. We've got like a guard that's crashing down on a nose.
Nope.
Ignoring the defensive end that's right in front of him.
Nope. Exactly.
Hey, let me ask you guys this. This always gets brought up with Allen Robinson and Cars and Phil. You guys I'm going to give you names, and you tell me if you'd rather have Allen Robinson versus this guy. If you could pick one or the other.
Okay.
Stephon Diggs.
Diggs.
Phil?
Diggs.
Nuke Hopkins.
Nuke.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Feels like Hopkins. I don't call him Nuke Hopkins. That's why I'm
Justin Jefferson.
Hopkins 100%, by the way.
Jefferson.
Allen Robinson over Jefferson for me.
Devontae Adams.
Devontae
Adams.
DK Metcalf.
I think I would rather Allen on that one.
I think Metcalf's a 2. I agree with Cars. He's that Robin, even though he's big like Batman.
Tyreek Hill.
Oh,
God,
Tyreek Hill.
Speed. Yeah, you can't.
Speed. You can't even coach that. How many?
Calvin Ridley.
I like Allen Robinson.
That's a toss-up for me. I can't, if you asked me before last year, it would have been clearly Allen Robinson, but the step that Ridley took gives me pause. I can't. It's a toss-up.
You could put up the chat, Claudio, or
Keenan Allen.
I want to see what
A-Rob
fans are saying.
Keenan Allen.
Allen Robinson.
All right.
A-Rob, yeah.
Terry McLaurin.
A-Rob for now.
A-Rob.
Where was the other one that I had?
McLaren, I think, is up and coming. He's going to be interesting to watch this year. But when you talk about a poor guy who's got nobody to throw him the football,
I lost my
other
guy.
Game, Shane. What do we call this game? Cars and Phil play fantasy football.
I think we call this "What the fuck are we doing as a franchise?" The game form.
We could call it "Cut It Out" because that's a segment that I'm fucking prepared for.
Who would we cut?
Don't you worry, Shane. Don't you worry.
Who would we cut on this play? Absolutely.
Shit, I lost my other guy. Hold on a minute. Let me-
Mary Kiss Kill, we
Would
could
you
call
rather?
it, right?
Would you
Yeah.
rather? I like that. Would you rather? Let's put that into the show, Caden.
I'm going to be, but I think Shane, to your point,
Anyway,
right?
yeah,
Like
it doesn't matter.
there are always, and I'm sorry, I'm very hand talky today, so forgive me, but there are five guys at any point in time that are true number ones.
Yeah, Dub's got in, but there's A-Rob is not fucking top 5 receiver. No,
He is no
way.
What did we go? I'll have to look at those names again and go.
Well, the
through
names
it.
that I gave you, so you can count them.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs. You guys
I
went Diggs.
So that's
DeAndre
Diggs.
Hopkins. You both went Hop.
He's number 1 on my list.
Yeah.
If I had to
Devontae
choose
Adams.
anybody, I'm taking Hopkins. Okay.
Devontae Adams. You both went Adams.
Yep. So now he's 3rd. He's just
Keenan Allen. You both took A-Rob.
Yep.
Calvin Ridley. I think Cars. Did you?
I
ever
was a
answer?
toss up.
Yeah,
I
that was a
can't.
toss up, and you went A-Rob, right?
I went A-Rob over Allen.
McLaurin
Keenan
was
Allen.
McLaurin was an interesting one for Cars, and Phil, you went A-Rob. Tyreek Hill, you guys both went Tyreek Hill. DK Metcalf was the Phil. You said he's a number 2.
Yeah.
Cars, I think you went with A-Rob, correct on that?
I did, yeah. And I'll go back real quick. The reason I did Stephon Diggs, not enough respect was given for that man for what he did last year.
We can't use would you rather. Strike that from the court records because Waddle and Sylvie use it. So we'll think of another name for this because this is fun.
But it's
you can get with this or you can get with
there
that.
you go.
You can get
That
with
is
this.
it. Would you get with this or would you get with that? Cherie is thumbing up that. She likes that. Black Sheep, for those of you hip hop heads.
Put that thumb away, Cherie. We haven't found you a date yet.
Oh, dear God.
Oh my God.
That's just mean.
Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
Oh, Jesus.
I have no idea where this is going.
That is Chris Jackal.
That's Jackal.
You
Jackal's
got a tight end by chance?
you know what? I do.
Jackal's
a
gold on
gift
that
that
fantasy
keeps
show.
on giving.
That was literally at the end of the show last night, and I'm like, this fucking guy. Just,
Shayne is always watching Cars. You have to be careful. Right?
Oh, he catches stills and video like nobody's business.
My God,
yeah.
he
Or
does.
should I share that still?
Nope. Yeah, nope is the correct answer. But no,
Great job by
to
the
get back to
producers,
it,
though.
with the limited cap, you can't pay him $20 million. He's not there, right? Like if you look at what's missing, and some of it has been quarterback play, and we'll see more, but he's not housing things, right? Like
he's not a scoring guy, but he is an amazing route runner, and he has great hands.
Yes.
And I think looking back, in all fairness, guys, I think Bears fans take liberties with him only because he's so freaking involved in social media, which he shouldn't be, in my opinion. He should just get the step in, stay off of it. But hey, it's his world. But he makes some great contested catches out there. I mean, you got to give that. I mean, definitely top 5 receivers that I've ever seen on the Chicago Bears. No doubt about it. Could we come up with a list for next week? Top 5 Bear receivers. You guys at home. So that'll be our homework. Top 5 Bears receivers all time that we've seen. Don't go back to Stan Tom or whatever the hell these Hudson and
Willie Beeman.
Whatever the fuck. Top 5 that you've seen all time. You Keeping It 100 fans, I want you to do that homework as well. I don't want to see your answer now in the chat. Please. We could go all night with that. So homework, we'll play that game. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this top 5 or you can get with that top 5. That'll be oh, jeez. The things Shayne Marsaw does. Things he does.
Shayne is a friend. I don't know if people can gather that, but it's a decision I question.
That should be when someone does
Cars
something
was showing
so dumb
sharing
on
a
this
beautiful
show.
moment with his daughters, and I really came across that by happenstance, Cars, because I was focused on your beautiful daughters singing "Happy Birthday," and then at the last second, I'm like, I looked down at Daddy in the background. I'm like, this motherfucker's knee deep in some edibles, and I look and focused on him, and I'm like, I gotta take this screenshot. So I think I shared it with you and Ryan Cox a couple minutes later, but that was
That one came out. That was
real quick and talk about one last thing on the offensive line because I think this is going to be the story of the season. Is you can't do anything that you want to do offensively if you don't have a good line to protect it. You saw the Buffalo Bills with Mitch Trubisky. They understand Mitch's strengths, and they went to quick game. They booted.
I think
Shayne, they did slants. Shayne, I mean,
I think it was a clear focus to
God,
get confidence
this was their
in their
coaching.
backup. Yeah, this
was their
100%.
coaching staff have preparation. Where's Will Mookie Hill? They had preparation for the Chicago Bears and the moment that Matt Nagy tried to play off. Well, Matt, if you're not worried about Mitch coming to this fucking house and showing you up because you fucking got your job saved by him and you've basically made him a scapegoat, then you're not fucking prepared. You should have had your defense fired up. They should have went out there with effort. Shayne, we on BHL, almost 10,000 views. We questioned the toughness and the competitiveness of the defense that has all that money that Cars is saying. And
Phil,
this whole fucking team looked unprepared.
My biggest thing is I don't care if it's preseason week 2. If I'm not, now listen, I'm not going to be a head coach, and I totally understand that. But my mentality, even if it's preseason game number 2, if I'm the Chicago Bears, I want to embarrass Mitch Trubisky coming back onto my fucking field and be like, every fucking person in the stadium's like, that's why we got, and I know overall preseason, you can question whatever you want, but it's just, I don't know why. I mean, Jesus Christ, guys, there was at points where the snap of the ball, the fucking linebackers are getting, I mean, they're just peeling out and just getting depth, leaving it wide open every single fucking down. I'm like, what is the benefit of that? What is the benefit?
What are the whys? Right? What are the whys? And so when we all understand what the whys are, whatever that is.
I'm telling you, how stupid is that?
Thank you.
Yeah, it was the weirdest defensive game plan because it was such a 180 outside of the Dolphins where we were way more aggressive against Tua, and you would have thought that, okay, we're going to bring that. And it none of that aggressiveness showed. The only guy defensively, early or late in the game that still flashed was again Caleb Johnson. Mm-hmm. But most of these other, like Mario Williams, showed up, right?
Oh, yeah.
But there's a lot of other guys that were just kind of going through the paces.
Mario Edwards. I make that same mistake.
Which one did I say?
Mario Williams.
The edible got you there.
God damn. All right, I gotta stop taking those before I come on the show.
Back to the offensive line because I lost my point because I got fired up.
Phil, real quick before we move off of that, and I think that this is important, and I'm not promoting Jay Cutler's podcast, but that I don't know, Cars, did you get a chance to listen to that? Jay Cutler's podcast. It's called Uncut, and it was actually very interesting, and they brought up a great point that I never thought of today. Jay's first show was with Waddle and Sylvie, and they made an announcement in show that Jay's going to be a part of the Waddle and Sylvie show again every single Friday. But they talked. Tom Waddle got on there, and he was fired up, and he's like, "I had to fucking laugh at the bullshit that Matt Nagy pulled in game 1." He goes, "You go into a preseason game 1, and you draw up the fucking tight end play." To Jesse James in the third quarter of preseason game number 1. And he goes, I don't know if Waddle had a different feed or if he was there, if he heard from somebody. He goes, Brian Flores looks and he's like, what is this motherfucker doing? And I'm like, holy shit, I never thought of that. But then to Jay Cutler's credit, he said that's Matt Nagy knew that this franchise needed that fucking confidence boost. He needed to get his young quarterback a big play like that was, quote unquote, I don't want to say an easy play because we've had guys here before that would have sailed it 12 yards out of bounds. But Tom Waddle was like, he's like, Brian Flores was like, who does this motherfucker think he is doing this shit in, against second and third strings in the third quarter of the first preseason game of the year? And I never even thought of shit like that.
Brian Flores would not like me because I would be throwing all that kind of shit. Because you know what?
Get it out there. No, I get it.
You got to get other teams thinking and
That's
have
all
of these things. Unfortunately, that's the problem with this fucking team and league. You can't do it one time. You do that all the time. But listen, we talked about this over and over. Like, you have to have, Olin was on here verifying this. You have to have plays and formations that counter each other. So if you're running trips, you need to have plays that go off of trips in the same formation. You better be able to trade and go on trips the other way and run counters and plays of the same. We don't see that.
Therein lies the thing that I talked about, Phil, when you had to bounce out when you're trying to get Shayne on the phone.
Right.
Is everybody's not going to agree with this. You have to give Matt Nagy the benefit of the doubt when it comes to his handpicked quarterback. I understand that each guy wants to go down with his guy, and I know people are going to say Nick Foles, but Nick Foles was never his guy.
Nick Foles was the guy he wanted that was available, right? Like, it wasn't every quarterback in the NFL, that's who he wanted.
And you can even say Mitch to a point because he knew what he was getting into, but Justin Fields is his first hand-picked guy from get-go in the draft. But beyond that, if you're giving Matt Nagy the benefit of the doubt at the quarterback position now with his guy at quarterback, does he deserve the benefit of the doubt beyond that?
Nope.
With personnel usage? Darnell Mooney doesn't have to go out there and suit up, but you're going to put fucking Khalil Mack out there in a preseason game. I don't.
No, his biggest miss is kind of to Phil's point, right? Which is, there's the other reason that you need to have plays off of plays, because when you want to go no huddle and you want to change tempo, which all the good teams do, it's what LA has been doing. We're going to go give you the same formation. We're going to give it to you 7 times in a row. We're going to give you 7 completely different looks that are going to keep confusing you. Like, never take for granted that Sean McVay basically ran 3 wideouts in the same position for an entire season to a Super Bowl because he was so good at alternating looks so that they could change tempo, change this, not necessarily swap out personnel.
So you're not going to run 7 plays with 7 different formations and confuse your own players?
No, but the reverse of that is part of why we've done this has been because, again, we are so untalented at these positions that we are trying to get every little ounce by making a team guess. There is no confidence in this team from the coaching staff perspective that if our 11 line up with their 11, that we're going to come out on top. That's everything that this tells you, is that they don't believe if they get one-on-one matchups across the board that the offense is going to win.
Steve is right there too. I'm sorry to cut you off. The producers, Claudio or Cherie, if you could find Matt Nagy saying the offense takes 4 years, because I want to talk about this because I think it's important. And we got a couple clips, and then we're going to do bear up, bear down. But this quote I want to talk about because I feel like It's such a fraudulent corporate world piece of shit. It's the most disappointed, and I've been disappointed by that game so much, but this deflates me because I know we have a shoe salesman as a coach when you say this, and I'll tell you why. Because you have none of the pieces that you began with in your journey to year 4. You got excited. You won you won Coach of the Year because of Vic Fangio. Anybody that doesn't understand that's not paying attention. Then you go in there with Mitch, and everybody knows the story. But now there's no Mitch. There's no Harry Heastand, the best offensive line coach in the country. These guys are getting fired. So who is in year 3 and 4 for you? Our offense, like I told you, it's going to take 4 years. Well, now we're starting again for 4 years. Where are we started? Where's the bookmark? Where did you start reading? Or did you read the fucking cliff notes to get to this point? No, this is a coach that's so overwhelmed with the identity. I don't agree with Carr. I believe there's a lot of talent on this football team.
There hasn't been. No, there hasn't been. This year there is.
Okay.
This year. Yeah,
but
this year
even,
absolutely.
Even last year, your identity is 32. It's so simple to me. Like, you have to listen to what Shane Matthews said. The best coaches recognize what their players' limitations are and their ability to excel, and they go with what you can't do. My father taught me this day one when he handed me that whistle. You cannot run what you want to run. You have to run what they can run. And that's where this fucking arrogance, I don't care what anybody tells me. I was the fucking first guy to tell the world this guy was a fucking clown, and it wasn't for cliche or click or whatever the fuck. It was just frustrating watching the tape. Greg Braggs can bear witness to that on Twitter, and anybody else. The reality is, here we are again getting sold a line of shit from a coach saying, I told you year 4, and where are we now? No, Andy Dalton's never played for you. He played with Laser. So we're nowhere. You got a whole offensive line. You know what they're going to do? I'll tell you right now. They're going to put James Daniels at center because in week 5, they're going to put him there. They're going to be flip-flopping all these fucking guys because they can't do what a coach does, Cars. Now we get the best guys out there. Now you had to, I get it. The Tevin Jenkins throws you for a loss. I get it. We can stay there and cry about it, or we move on. Football, you move on. But Tevin isn't the only story. It's Sam Mustipher being given the job. No competition there. This kid Redmond from Harvard, he's played center in this league. All of these things. Borum looks like a fucking left tackle. It's phenomenal watching him. Is he going to get starter reps this weekend, or is Jason Peters going to be there? Are you going to put him at right tackle now? I don't know the story. All I'm going to do is be watching this tape, breaking it down on this network like nobody else does. But this mission statement of know the whys and collaboration and be you, we've all been out there. And really the simple fix, as Barrelissimo, is to let go. I always say, once a cheater, always a cheater. You let go of the play calling and coincidentally the schedule, whatever, for these blog boys. But the reality was you built confidence off of those wins and the performances. You saved your job with Bill Lazor calling plays. So as a head coach, if you're overwhelmed, you can't be the leader of men and be wondering in your 388 plays on game day.
But a whole lot has to work out on Sunday Night Football on the road versus the Rams for this to become something.
And everybody's booing Dalton already.
There's so many fucking question marks, and I just, Cars, where is your confidence going into week 1 on the Sunday Night Football? Because I mean, like I said, there's so many question marks. Quarterback. Would anybody be shocked here if Damian Williams got more touches than David Montgomery? I wouldn't be. I honestly would not be stunned.
I would be. So my confidence, I don't have it and don't, right? I think the way that and that's really good English. So thank the hat for that one.
We'll be cutting that one.
Nope.
This season for me is all about where it ends and not where it starts, right? And I don't look at this even with a massive improvement as offensive, this being a Super Bowl winning team, right? Like this is I think a playoff contending team, but I think all
Playoffs?
to 22, right? It's a loss with Jenkins. Borum, I think, is going to end up at right tackle before we're at the bye week. I just think that's going to be the way that it goes. So I don't know if you guys have watched the Rams. I think Stafford is going to have some better stuff, but I'm not really sold on the Rams offense right now either. Their defense a little bit. So like every game that I look at outside of maybe 2 or 3 is a complete toss-up. This is a franchise I think that could go 6-11, or they can go 11-6, and everything in between.
Don't you think they have less questions going into this game than Chicago does? I mean, I think we can literally go at every single position on offense, and I think that is Cole Kmet going to be 100%? Is Jimmy Graham going to be washed? Is he going to rely on the running game and let that be the basis of his offense? Is he going to feed David Montgomery? Is Andy Dalton going to be able to stay upright? Is Sam Mustipher going to be named
Sam Mustipher is the biggest concern leading into that. But if you guys watch what's been going on, the offense is attacking differently. It's not necessarily connecting, right? But they're doing way more 15+ yard pass plays, right? They are attacking vertically, right? We are seeing that change. Now as always, there's a problem in execution, right? But this is going to be like, we know with Matt Stafford and what McVay has done, we know what this offense is going to look like. They're going to have a better quarterback executing it, but we know exactly what that's going to be. I think you have to count on the Rams' defense taking a step back with Staley out and how that's going to be. I just think we don't really know yet, and that's the worst part of this is it's complete uncertainty into what this offense is going to be. Other than I know that they're going to attack more vertically, which is going to make everything easier for 32. And so even if those plays are missed, they're at least a threat that they weren't last year. And I think that so yeah, I mean, like, I could see us winning 24-17. I could see us losing 35-13, right? Like, it could be any of those things. I don't have confidence. I don't lack confidence. It's just I'm really in a wait and see because everything is different, and none of the pieces have ever been on the field at the same point in time.
My ultimate separator too, Phil, you and I talked about this earlier today, is say if everything goes right for the Bears on offense and they show life, and then it all comes crumbling down with Tabor and his band of idiots out there on special teams. I mean, Cars, you go back to the Buffalo game on that return, when he catches that ball on the fucking side, there's nobody within 25 yards.
McManus is a massive loss that I don't think we ever expected.
Are you gonna be shocked if he's signed?
No.
Not me either.
No. I mean, those holes are there, right? It's what's the most unnerving for me is nothing that they've shown in preseason to me other than, again, trying to stretch. I have no idea what to get into come that first game. I know that the reports were, at least in the first preseason game, that the special teams were trying out new things, but everything that they've tried has looked just terrible, right? Like, stop trying new things, go back to the old, because the new is
How
not
about
working.
just try not to reinvent the wheel. Go down and cover a fucking kick. Stay in your lane and tackle. We're trying new things. This is the Nagy culture. Be you. Let's throw curls, curls, curls. Yeah, exactly. Let's keep fucking throwing curls. We're playing that same kind of shit. And it's unfortunate. I know Cars is saying there's a lot more downfield, but I'm seeing curls. I'm seeing curls on 3rd and fucking 14. We're running fucking 6-yard curl. And unfortunately, it is preseason. So it's
Well, I think you're
it's a
seeing more of
touchy
the
subject.
you're seeing more of the downfield shots with the guy that everybody wants playing quarterback.
Well, that's the problem. Herein lies the dilemma. And Cars, are they going to play? Obviously, they're starting Justin Fields, but are they going to play the first team offense with Justin Fields?
The offensive line, yes. He'll get a few with the wide receivers, but like A-Rob won't be out there. But yes, from all reports, because of how bad the line has looked, the first team offensive line will be out there, which is
so. This is going to be the deciding. This is the team that we're going to see come Sunday night. Who they trot out there to start the game on Sunday is going to be your first team offensive line. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
So is Jason Peters going to be the left tackle running out in the field?
Supposedly he will get a series. Supposedly.
Okay, so Jason Peters is, and then Whitehair. Then of course they've handed this to Sam Mustipher. You see, hold up the shirt one more time, Shayne. Performance over politics, right on our swag shop. Fucking rock that, Naz. And ask, he wanted to know what I'd say to Matt, what I want him to say. I would say, find your identity today. That's what I would say. It's pretty easy. Justin Fields probably gives you the best win, a chance to win opening day, and you're not going to play them. That sends the wrong message to the locker room. Justin Fields has looked very sharp, but he's being criticized because he doesn't know everything, because he's working behind. It's like having a Porsche and having a donut on it and having a race. You can't.
Let me ask you guys. So we were all here the night of the draft, and everybody was excited, and the Bears are trading up. That whole thing. If I told you that night that we would be heading into week 3 of the preseason and Justin Fields would have no reps in a preseason game with Allen Robinson, Cole Kmet, Jimmy Graham, Darnell Mooney, David Montgomery, the first string offensive line, would you guys have been shocked then?
Yes.
I would have been. I would have been stunned.
Cars is the only one not shocked. Cars is used to this. Let's throw curls, curls, curls.
You guys, they've said this from the beginning. Like, I get what we want, but if you're asking me what I'm shocked, they flat out told us what they were going to do from go. Just because we don't agree with it doesn't mean that it should be shocking. They've told us from the start.
Agreeing, Cars. It's about
Phil,
what's right.
The question was, am I shocked? The answer is no.
That. I know
Like, this is what it is. Like, I get it, and it's. I think it's the right move? No, but
I guess that's
I'm not shocked.
I guess I phrased that the wrong way. Then you're right. Shocked is probably the wrong way to phrase it. It's, to me, it's 100% the wrong path to figure this out. There's no reason that we're this deep into the preseason.
I totally agree with you.
He's got no reps. I mean, Greg went to practice the other day when they said that he was going to get some run with the first string, and he got, I think Greg said it was 4 reps, and it wasn't even against.
Greg said that
it wasn't against the
it
wasn't against the ones on defense either. I don't know why you don't want to see what this guy can do with the best.
At some point,
I don't see the downside in it.
I get what Cars. He's not shocked because he's been so fucking
right. No, that's why I said it was.
He's been abused as a child.
It has nothing to do with being abused.
Yes, it is. You've lived in a Chicago Bears world of stupidity when it comes to handling the quarterback or any football decision.
He's
So,
done
yeah,
everything.
you're not shocked.
Matt has done everything that he said he was going to do. That's the full stop. I don't agree with it, but he has done everything that they have said that they wanted to do. That's what they're doing.
Except they haven't found out the whys yet.
We haven't found the whys, and is our coach wise? That's
What are the whys, right? What are the whys? And so when we all understand what the whys are, whatever that is.
I'm telling you, how stupid is that?
Thank you.
So let me ask you this:
I can't make it up if we try.
What are your expectations of playing time for Justin Fields versus Tennessee Saturday night?
1/2 of football.
Yeah.
That's what I expect.
So that's your expectation. What do you think Matt Nagy will do? Do you think they'll give him a half? Or do you think Matt Nagy will give him a half?
I think that it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities that he would give him 3/4. Absolutely. Because, I mean, look, when they were in the interview, and if you've heard the Monday Morning Breer, right, his interview, the whole thing that of what he's missing, or what they say he's missing, is his ability that as he's calling out these long, elongated plays, to tell the linemen what they're supposed to do, the wide receivers what they're supposed to do, right, and being as detailed as he can in the time that he has. According to Breer, that's what the franchise is seeing in Dalton, and that's what they want from him. The best way to do that is to continue to give him as many reps in a game situation, not against your own defense, not in anything. Like, get those reps, get used to reading a defense. What they give him credit for is his post-snap reads. But he's got to see more of these things game in. So yeah, if they minimally a half, but if they played him 3/4, I totally wouldn't be shocked.
I want to say this. This is a problem. It's a clown show, like Will is saying, and what you just described in calmness, I cannot, because I think it is a showcase of what Shane Matthews said you can't do as a coach. What my father said is so dumb about this fucking coach. We haven't even played a game yet. And people are going to say, well, you guys, it's preseason. These are the moments that don't matter. We had bubble wrap. We had absence last year. And now we got bubble wrap under camouflage this year. Let's only play some guy. Let's not do what the Jets are doing for their young quarterback, or New England's doing for their young quarterback, or whatever fucking franchise that's ahead of this franchise in football. Let's not do that. Let's not put them out there. Oh, these words are too... You know what? Fucking cut the playbook down. That's what you do as a coach. You say, I don't give a fuck about the 388 plays. Let's run 28. Let's talk to Coach Day, and talk about what you ran and call it that and make the transition, because winning is the most important thing. And helping this young kid. You got to learn Spanish 2 days. 2 days you got to learn Spanish. No. I remember that moment in Hofstra. I walk into Spanish 100. Everyone's fucking speaking Spanish. I don't know Spanish. I fucking went to the fucking registrar's office and got the fuck out of the class because I couldn't understand it. You can't do that to a young signal caller, a quarterback. Let's watch what this young signal caller had to say about his coach. And I think it's very telling that Justin Fields says some interesting words here.
What about it allows you to trust them, and what have the coaches told you that kind of has allowed you to buy into that?
I mean, I think if, the players of a team don't buy into what a coach has to say, then that team's not going to be successful. So, I pretty much have no choice. That's what I think success is. That's what is going to come with the most success, is me trusting in, Coach Nagy and his plan, and me just getting better every day. So that's ultimately why I'm trusting him, because, of course, we all want the same thing. We all want to win games. So there's no reason for me not to trust him.
Keeping It 100. The Tape Never Lies Network.
Shayne, you're very fucking smart, and you notice things. What do you take away from those comments? If what he's saying, am I wrong in saying I'm having a hard time trusting, but he is my coach, so I gotta trust it? I don't necessarily like it.
I just took out of that. I mean, I didn't overreact to any of that. I just think Justin is more cognizant of not wanting to rock the boat for Andy Dalton, because you heard what he said. You know, he came out and said, you know, he thought it was disrespectful to. That's how you know this kid's a fucking leader. That he's a true fucking leader. You know, that gets it. Face of the fucking franchise. There's no doubt about it, Phil. We talked about maybe some big changes coming up for this team in the offseason, and I mentioned a direction that will probably piss off a lot of Bears fans that we don't need to get into this offseason coming up. But as a forward-thinking GM, that's where my mindset is. And I don't think Justin Fields is any different. I think in the back of his head, he probably knows that, hey, I give this team a better chance to fucking win. He's just not dumb enough to come out and fucking say it, because that would just create pure fucking chaos and dissension, and that's the type of shit that ruins locker rooms. Yeah,
That got Mitch in trouble, right? When he made the one comment years ago or last year. So yeah, I think you're right. I think he's just trying to
agree. I'm with Braggs. I said, wow. He's just like, I have to. I know this fucking guy doesn't know his dick from his ass, but I gotta listen to him. That's what I feel like is being. Barlissimo makes the exact point that we made the other day. John Harbaugh said, we got this Lamar Jackson. What does he do well? Let's build the offense around that. The Chicago Bears have a young quarterback that I think is a much better passer than Lamar ever was. That is a much better leader than Lamar ever was.
That was
and
the one
we're
thing
sitting there with fucking Andy Dalton out there trying to portray that we're doing it right. We're going to decide during the season. I don't care what. I've never in my life been this fucking embarrassed that we finally have the best quarterback that I have seen come into Chicago talent-wise that I've analyzed. And we're going to fucking handle this kid like he is an afterthought. Now you're putting that shit. He's not smart enough. He can't articulate our playbook. You know, fuck you, Nagy. Seriously. You don't know what the fuck you couldn't figure out. David Montgomery was your identity. You couldn't figure out who your best line was for weeks. You're so worried about your fucking bubble screens and tight end reverse and shovel passes. I mean, I'm looking at my boy Shayne, and I've never had the pleasure to watch a game with him in person. But I know we're fucking texting in unison with the shovel pass to Adam fucking Shaheen. This happened. This fucking happened.
Plays are nice. They're good. We need more of those.
It fucking happened. And it's so unfortunate that this kid is coming into a family that their father doesn't know how to handle the kids. He's just letting them run wild. Let's just put the oldest son in charge when the oldest son isn't fucking the one that's going to help you. Change the offense. Run the offense that Justin Fields can run. Not your shitty offense. Let Bill Lazor. It's so frustrating. I'm sorry that I'm yelling and I get fired up and you fucking troll fucking blog boys could go fucking watch another show that doesn't know anything about football and you will use fucking stats to tell the fucking story. But I'm telling you as a coach, you need to do something that makes Justin Fields the identity of why you fucking traded up and drafted him. Does anybody think that that's important? This isn't Tom Brady in the 6th round. Bill Parcells ain't going to change the offense for Tom at that point. This kid is drafted and you're celebrating and you're recognizing, oh, we didn't make a promise to Andy, but I did tell him he was going to be the starter. This really happens. This soap opera. Today, 4 years it takes. We're here. Well, Justin's a rookie. Now we got to wait 4 more years for him so you could save your job. This is fucking politics. This is a fucking politician, shoe salesman, and it gets me so amped up. And if you fucking don't understand, because you're that same person hating on this network, hating on the show, putting a thumbs down before the show ever starts. You'll be the same person saying the Bears suck week 3. We fucking suck. Right now, you're like, why are you so mad right now? I'm mad because I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. It's fucking ridiculous.
Big picture-wise, what gives you the confidence that
Here it is.
regardless of who's playing quarterback, your offense is going to be more productive this year?
Probably just the way that we've been practicing, the tempo, where we've been, just talking through schematics of where we know we want to be. And then I would also say, too, I remember when I talked to y'all when I first got here, and I explained to everybody here that this offense, it takes a few years to get going. And part of that was we saw that in Kansas City, where it took a few years because not just the players that were coming in and drafting, but the scheme, them learning it and understanding it. And after about 3 or 4 years, it started really picking up and going. I feel like we're at that spot right now. So we got some guys that are on this team now for 2, 3, 4 years, and they know the offense as well as I do, where that wasn't the case 2 or 3 years ago. We got more of those guys. So when you have that, and then you have a guy like Andy and these quarterbacks that come in that understand it, that's where it gives me the confidence. Now, we got to go do it. We know that, of course. But it gives me the confidence knowing the offensive line, these tight ends that we got, the wide receivers. There's a couple new ones, but they're doing well. And then Andy and the quarterbacks in general, running backs. I mean, it's a really good foundation right now, in my opinion. So that's why I feel good about it.
Hey, man, with that other
Thank you, guys. I appreciate great producing tonight, you guys. Really fucking stepping up here.
That was Cherie. That wasn't
Cherie.
fucking Claude over there eating
Claudio did
cheesy poofs.
Fucking nothing. He continues to do nothing but eat cheese puffs in the background. But I want some research done because I don't have the answer. I'm keeping it 100. Who are the players? Cody White here off the top of my head has been here. Who else?
That's
I'm
it.
kind of serious. James
Daniels. James Daniels was drafted in year 1 with Anthony Miller.
Okay. So Anthony's gone.
Wims was a draft pick.
Wims was that year. Wims was that year.
That's right. He went 7th round that year.
Yeah. Wims,
Ridley was
White
the next
hair.
year.
Booney Way was that year also.
If Booney Way makes this fucking team, anyway,
well, that's my fear. That's my fucking.
We'll be.
Actually, he's your best special teams guy, so he might actually end up making the team.
Yeah, but at the expense of 92.
Pat O'Donnell's been here, according to Caden, the producer.
No, so I mean, it's
knows the offense inside and out better than that. The punter.
The only one that was here from go was Cody Whitehair. He's the only one.
There you go.
We
did the research live here.
Everybody else was either added that first offseason, right? Or either through free agency or the draft. Daniels was that first draft.
A-Rob was their first pick, right?
He was their first free agency.
Matt Nagy. That was the guy he wanted. Trey Burton was the must have. Remember they talked about it, Shayne, on the plane. They identified Trey Burton. Oh, Trey Burton, get out of here.
This is wide receiver from the Steelers that we had to have.
Oh God, that was the one Eric Lambert blocked.
Eric Lambert and Shayne Marsaw's marriage. At that point, they were married and divorced that same day.
Cohen came out after that first.
So
here's the first one.
Here's this is something that I want you guys to just chew on.
I wanted to address this dude too.
Well, yeah, we can address it.
Can we do that real quick? Stay on your do you have yours?
It has to do with quarterbacks, but this is Andy Reid talking about Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes played in 33 snaps in Kansas City's second preseason game in a league where veteran quarterbacks Matthew Stafford and Aaron Rodgers aren't even sniffing the field during the preseason. Andy Reid said, "I think it's good for Pat, but I also think it's good for the offensive line and Pat to see how that's going to work and get a feel for them and for them to get a feel for him likewise. Reed said to reporters on Monday. We've got some young guys, so I left them in with Chad so they could get a little bit more extended work there. We've got 2 veterans on the left side, but all 5 of them are new, so you need to play, and this gives us that opportunity.
So he's talking about...
Well, he's talking about how he thinks that it's important for your fucking league MVP quarterback that everybody wants to get reps. I mean, obviously Justin Fields is not there yet, but Andy Reid has seen it all, and let's not.
That's his fucking mentor. It's the only reason why he has a job here with Chicago is because of Andy Reid. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
This guy didn't call plays. He had no coordinator. He's never been a head coach on any level, not even the fucking Pop Warner Pee Wee level.
But that being said, so this is year 5 for Mahomes.
Yes. He's getting reps.
Year 5 of Justin Fields. Do you think that he's getting 33 reps in the second preseason game? Matt Nagy is still here.
I think other than Andy Reid, no other coach is doing that, right? Like maybe Belichick if Cam Newton is still out there. Like Andy Reid is a national treasure and will always go down as one. But no other coach is doing that as a move.
But
let's throw curls.
Phil, you can go back and address
whatever.
that nonsense.
I missed his name. Can you get that, Caden, that guy? But
I don't think you can go back
if
that
you
far,
can,
but yeah,
he said say this real quick. One last point on that. If Tom Brady, and I forget, someone else said this to me this week too. If Tom Brady's out there playing in the preseason with the ones and he's getting ready, or as Nagy would say, calloused up, then everybody should be doing that. And that's how you got to get your guys ready. As a football player myself, I wanted to be out there. I only could speak as me. I wanted to be out there and get a little action. So I'm ready and prepared when the whistle really officially goes. And it's unfortunate that this millennial coach who's never been a head coach made that bubble wrap decision. Shayne and me were the only ones saying this is wrong. This is bullshit. This is not how you prepare. And you saw what happened.
Well, I think it was cocky more than anything. I think it was the entire organization saying literally the only thing that can stop us is injuries. This next step, because we made it to the playoffs.
Arrogance is Nagy.
The next step is Super Bowl, and that's what the 100-year anniversary celebration. That was like a fucking Super Bowl celebration.
What's common about it? It wasn't. It was just assuming again that these guys were all going to take the leap, right? We as a franchise, we have completely and continually during the Ryan Pace era expected guys, whether they've shown us the ability to or not. We just go forward assuming that all of these guys are going to be what our scouts and front office has expected them to be. I mean, these time and time again, whether it's Tariq Cohen, whether it's Mitch Trubisky, whether it's Adam Shaheen, whether it is Charles Leno and we give him this big contract, whether it's all these things, we've done all of this, making this assumption that these guys are going to take a leap, and not a single one of them has made a leap. Not a one.
And that is a reflection of the head coach, in my opinion. It's about
it's a reflection of the franchise. Yes, the head coach is not. It's not blameless.
I will tell you, as a coach, you have to know the talent that you have and what you're capable of doing with it. Other teams take guys that are undrafted and they hold them accountable to what it is you're teaching. Now, if you don't know what your identity is, then you don't know what you're going to do philosophically. So there has to be a plan. When you sit in the off season, you have to self-scout. You got to look at the talent that you have. Shayne said this many times, and so have you. You can't look at Darnell Mooney and say, all right, we're good there. We got Mooney. No, you get better. You get competition and you get better. They've done that with Sam Mustipher. They're not even allowing my guy, Dieter Eisland, an opportunity there to play center. They're doing all of this stuff, asking what Caden's joking about, the why. Don't ask why. I don't want to know why. I want to know now. Do it. I want you to do it and find the answers, not ask everybody else and their brother the why and be you. You need to identify who you are. Who are we? Who are we? Are we a running team? You said it is you want about Lovie Smith, right? We get off the field running. At least they stuck to that. At least they stuck. And in the Super Bowl, they forgot it. They forgot Thomas Jones. But the reality is you got to the Super Bowl. I'll take that. This misery loves company stuff is so true. And unfortunately, this coach is running the ship. So there's believers in, Mitch, there's believers in Jay Cutler, there's believers in Matt Nagy. There's always going to be the contrarian to the truth, in my opinion, the football truth. I don't ask why. I ask you to do it. You're going to do this because this is what we do well. I don't need to ask. I need that done. And as a coach, I really think Hallis Hall is failing because they've done this in a corporate way. I've told people, hey, you got to check out this show, Yellowstone, on the Peacock Network with my guy, what's his name? God, I just lost his name. Kevin Costner. And you see reality, they run the ranch and there's so many lawyers and all these other things, but he doesn't ask why. He does it his way that has worked forever. And that's what football is. There's no reinventing the football wheel. If you can't stop me running fucking belly right and we're getting 6-7 yards a pop, then I'm going to do it until you fucking stop me. That's an identity. Coach Phil is going to fucking run it down our throat. Then he's going to run action off of it and all of that. Unfortunately, Matt has not figured out how to be a head coach and a play caller. Those are two different things. He wanted to take on both, and he's still believing in his ego that he can do both. I don't see it. I really don't. And there's Claudio. I want to get back to one thing. Shayne Matthews, he said that I don't think he is a great passer. That's what he said.
Yeah,
he did not say I didn't think he was a good quarterback. He said I don't think he's a great passer. Shayne and I are on a phone with him. If he was here, we would have maybe a little bit of a pushback. But in a phone conversation, when I'm holding my ear, I mean, we made the most of it, and I thought it was one of my top 5 all-time interviews here. I really enjoyed Shayne Matthews, but
yeah, I just think it's one of those things where probably Shayne Matthews, and like I said, I don't want to speak for him, but when he said, he was talking about him throwing to the flat and skipping the ball, and to me, it came off a little bit like Dan Orlovsky he caught that firestorm, and
he even to defend Shayne Matthews, he said I didn't even watch. I watched the highlights.
Yeah.
So we'll leave it. That's why we didn't battle Shayne Matthews on his opinion. He believes he's not a good passer.
Well, yeah, and I mean, if you want us
Matt
to
Nagy's
keep
not
it
helping
100,
the situation.
you want him to keep it 100. Get what your point was totally off base, because that's not what he said. You know what I mean? He didn't say that he's not a good quarterback.
Exactly.
But
That's why we address it. We keep it 100 here. We don't hide from anybody like that has an AVI that looks like a dummy or any comments, anything like that. Let's get into this.
Okay.
No.
Breaking news. The Tape Never Lies Network. Breaking news.
Hi, I'm doing a Chris Jackal. Hi.
That was it.
That was it.
Oh my! I thought you were there. I thought you had something to do.
No, I don't know what you're doing breaking news for. I have no idea.
Oh, I thought Shayne did it. No, Shayne.
Shayne's just being random today.
I needed a Claudio fix. You know.
Oh, okay. Speaking of Claudio fix.
Philatojan, Shayne Marsaw, the Tape Never Lies Network.
A bear up, a bear down. It's Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man around. A bear up, a bear down. It's Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man around. A bear up, a bear down. It's Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man around. A bear up, a bear down. It's Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man around. A bear up. This week, Draft Dr. Phil and Shayne Marsaw, the smartest man. Bear ups and bear downs of the week.
There it is. Bear up, bear down. If you're a new listener, every week on Keeping It 100, we do bear up, bear down. We do it the dyslexic version, though. Bear up is the positive. The bear down is the chant at Soldier Field. But on this show, it's the guy in the game that you thought played poorly. So we always start with the bear down, and we do the snake draft like Jackal would do on his one-up podcast and show here on the network. If you're not watching these guys break down fantasy every Tuesday night, 9:30.
Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
There you go. Every Tuesday night, 9:30, Steven Johnson and Chris Jackal. They are doing fantasy on the network. Next week, we got a big announcement, a little tease. You're going to want to pay attention next week. I'll tease that in our last segment. No tweets tonight. We are going to this and then wrap up. We're going to bring on a special surprise guest, Shayne. Even Shayne doesn't know. But anyway, let's wrap it around. We'll start with you, Shayne Marsaw. Your bear down of this past week's preseason game.
My bear down. Oh my God.
So many options.
Pull a Claudio and just be like, everybody?
Everybody not named Darnell Mooney.
Yeah.
Did Claude watch the game?
I did.
I
did.
Oh, okay.
I wish I didn't because it was a fucking horrible game to watch, but I did watch it, yes.
Okay. So you could play this week. We had to keep kicking you, and then Jackal, who's watched the show, produced the show, had no idea how to play the fucking game. You can't make it up if you tried. Oh my God. But go ahead, Shayne. Who do you got?
No, we talked about him earlier. I just want to see more out of the, hey, it's right here. Performance over politics. And we're talking about the Notre Dame kid.
Yes.
Sam. It's time, man. This is going to be the guy that's in direct contact when the face of your franchise officially comes in and takes over. And is it warranted? Let's not forget that James Daniels is still 23 years old. He's not going to be 24 until September. And he was drafted with the intent to be a center. You have a guy that's on the cusp of the Hall of Fame in Olin Kreutz that looks at James Daniels and thinks that he has every single trait and attribute to not only dominate at the position, but to be the very best at that position. And if that's what it takes, has there been some bumps in the road? Absolutely. But because Sam Mustipher is vocal and will stick up for a guy, it takes more than that.
I agree.
To start for an NFL football team. I get it. People love it because he went to Notre Dame, and I think Sam Mustipher gets severely overrated by probably 98% of the fan base for that reason and that
they
reason
don't watch him.
Yeah, exactly. It's Notre Dame love that kid. Yeah,
yeah.
It's got an ND, got a Golden Domer in there, and it's Phil, we talked about would the wide receiver that's in Pittsburgh from Notre Dame, Chase Claypool. Do you think Chase Claypool in Chicago would be the Chase Claypool that we've seen in Pittsburgh?
I don't think so.
No, it's just
they probably wouldn't know how to use him yet. He's got to figure out the whys.
He'd be a gunner on special teams. let's be honest, but no. So
that's exactly what he would be.
To me, it was pretty easy. Sam Mustipher, you're my bear down. I want to see more, and nothing should be handed to this kid. If we're talking about competition at multiple positions, including quarterback, where it should be a legitimate competition, then Redmond should be in there. Phil, to your point, what's wrong with getting as many guys reps there as possible? Because I think Sam's got a long ways to go. I really do.
Yeah, I think we've talked about Sam, and hopefully Sam, goes out there. They're going to put him out there to start, and he goes out there and performs better than he has. But what we've seen has been pretty, and I'm being kind, but it's been abysmal. Its point of attack lacks the explosive power to play that position, especially when you're asking these outside, inside zones and some of these blocks that he puts, needs the center to be able to create that bubble. Just even if you stale it,
This is my point. So Michael, you guys really hate Mustipher. I watch him a lot and he's getting a ton of work, but he's this team's best option. So now, Mike, what I need you to do is be honest. And in the chat room, tell me who your favorite college football team is, and then I'll highlight it and put it up here.
Well, look, you can get away. As a center, you can get away with not necessarily being the strongest guy if your technique is really good. And the problem with Mustipher is he's not the strongest guy, and his technique has been shit. But other than that, he's been playing lights out. Other than the fact that he has no idea what the hell to do.
Mike, you're a patron, and if you haven't watched X's with the O's, we isolated on this. The tape doesn't lie. There's no fucking... I want Sam Mustipher to be great. I want the best for this football team. This isn't a fucking show to get clicks like most of these podcasts. This is a show about the truth. And it goes beyond football into family, into life. We talk about everything here. The one thing I refuse to do is allow anybody to say some bullshit that isn't true on the tape. Sam Mustipher has been awful on the tape, Mike. And I'm not trying to single you out, but it's just unfortunate that you would ever think that we're being hard on Sam. Sam should be harder on himself.
He probably gives himself a B. It's fine.
That's the unfortunate point. Listen, focus on Sam this weekend.
Yep.
Let's see what he does. I'm sure if you tune in, I'm going to have, and I got to talk to Bearlissimo, but Coach George DeLeon on our patron side, former offensive line coach on the Browns, the Chargers. He's been all over the place. He's going to step in with us and look at the all 22 and watch the center and everything. So if you can't believe Big Steve Edwards, who came on the show last week, is that Sam is getting killed out there. If you can't believe me, if you can't believe Shayne, if you can't believe Bearlissimo, and you can't believe Cars, then what are we doing here? What are we doing?
And the hard part is the Titans, Buffalo was a great mix to give because they've got a solid defensive line.
They have a championship roster.
Titans do not. The Titans do not have as good of a defensive line. So I would expect Mustipher to look much better. But he faced to Phil's point, a Super Bowl contending defensive line, and he wasn't up to it. And then, that's full on. I was in a practice when we did the show, and I thought that Mustipher had a great practice. It is not translated to either of the two games that I've really watched.
So
and that's where we
you
are.
never know what's going to unfold on Keeping It 100. And everybody should buckle up for this breaking news.
Breaking news. The Tape Never Lies Network. Breaking news.
They have been found.
Oh, jeez.
Compliments of bullets. They have been found.
I really believe that we had a trade or something going down right now. Oh my
Keep waiting to hear about
found the
King
why.
Hicks trade.
So,
So, yeah.
yeah, I thought it was I guess there's rumors out there that Akeem Hicks might be traded for who?
That was an internet.
Oh yeah, there was a rumor that he was
For
going for
OBJ.
Odell Beckham.
For
Yeah.
Odell Beckham Jr.
That's if
that happens. I mean, does any of these should I name somebody or
that
no?
rumor was broken by Abraham Lincoln on the internet, so
Yes.
you can always believe those things on the internet.
Okay, so there's no truth to that. I'm gonna
No.
check with Austin, see if it's any truth to it, and we'll go forward here on the show. Claudio, who's your bear down?
Well, there's a lot of them, but this guy I was excited to see. I mean, last time he played in a game, he should have been the Super Bowl MVP. He's wearing one of my favorite numbers, but this dude just has not impressed at all. Damian Williams has not impressed at all. He hasn't
Really?
done much with any carries that he's had, and I was just hoping to see a little bit more from him, and maybe we'll see more in the next game. But in this game, did not impress. 5 carries, 8 yards. It was
Claudio
not good.
going with Damian Williams cars. Your thoughts on that?
I've really liked what I've seen on
the
a
fumble.
Damian. Yeah, the fumble was a little bit of a negative, but I've really liked what
we
I've
were getting into a hot.
Yeah.
You felt like something was built, and then boom, you talk about Adeptus is all over that too. So
I'm a big fan of what I've seen out of him so far, though. I mean, again, this is the best running back room we've had. I mean, so yeah, it was that part was a little disappointing, but I'm interested to see it.
With my dad on the patron side with me and Barlissimo and X's with the O's. If you're not a patron, go to www, or you could just type thetapeneverlies.com. I found that out, and it'll get you over there. Become a patron. We broke down. My dad was so impressed with Khalil Herbert.
Yes.
Khalil Herbert.
I love those feet.
I don't want to ruin anybody's bear ups, but I just wanted to put that nugget out and remind you we do live coaches clinic and analysis. We're also working on some other shows and some ideas about, don't even take offense to this. If you want to learn the game of football, this is where you should go. And we're going to have like football 101. What's a 3-tech? What is their responsibility? And so on. What should the corners play? What's heel toe? How do you get in your stand? All these types of things that a lot of people take for granted and really don't know about. You got to get to the point of understanding those things. Someone blocked this fucking
I
clown
did.
out.
I just did.
Oh my God. You got a bunch of spam.
A bunch of them. Fucking idiots.
Yeah. Spam these. Now he's on the show. Take him out. But yeah, you get to the point where you see some of these things and you don't know what we're talking about. Cover 3, cover 2, cloud coverage,
We're
robber
not talking
coverage.
cell phone coverage, just in case people are questioning.
Those types of things we're going to be offering and getting you guys to that point. So go over there, right there, to tapeneverlies.com, and it'll take you right there. X's with the O's, however, will be every Saturday during the season. So we'll be looking back at the tape, breaking it down with guests, former players, former Bears, college coaches, high school coaches. So many ideas, so many guests. There you go. That being said, Cars, your bear down.
I'm taking a fill, and I have a 1A.
Never gets old. Never fucking gets old. I love it.
Are we done?
Children, are we done?
I think you can blame Jackal for that one.
We're doing it. I'm doing a 1A and 1B. So this is my shout out to Phil. I am taking Elijah Wilkinson and Pig Simmons. Both of those played abysmal. And so I couldn't pick between one, so I took them both. But that is like Elijah looks like a horrible sighting. He's not a swing tackle. He's not a left tackle. He is a right tackle at best, and that is even putting it limited. You really, Borum is going to have to stop up. And Simmons, I thought he looked better in week 1, but in week 2, it was abysmal. So those two are my bear down for preseason week 2.
Yeah, definitely. My guy Wilkinson took a step back. Had some bad moments out there, and you hope he learns from it.
Surprised he didn't get hurt on that one, man. He got fucking folded. In
Both
half.
tackles got folded in this game, and it was bad. But let's be honest, let's see. I want to see how he responds to it. I'm gonna go now. I agree with those, just for the clarity. I just want to say this. My bear down is Coach Matt Nagy. I have never been so disappointed because I'm like a kid in the candy store. Even with Dave Wanstead, Dick Duran, all of these coaches, I felt like at least they formulated a plan and you could see it right in front of you. I feel like this has been, I don't want to get anybody hurt. We just want to go into the season and we're going to show all of you how smart we are. And then I see a moment where your rookie quarterback gets smashed, right? And he's limping around and you don't fucking take him out of that game. It was a travesty in my mind as a coach. Now I get it. Justin's going to want to stay in the game. He is showing you the toughness, but I just think in every facet, Tabor, all of this team, how Khalil Mack didn't play like the Khalil Mack I know. He was just loafing out there. All of this team was a reflection of Coach Nagy, and Nagy on game day was horrific, and he's followed that up every day, every presser, just making me absolutely vomit when I hear him talk. And it gets worse by the day. The whys, and then today, year 4s, and all of this. It's just so. Matt Nagy, you are my bear down this week. I can't even take it any other way.
Do you want to? The guy's trying to throw you a fastball here, Phil. Do you want to address it?
What is this? Phil, what do you think of Nagy's 28-20 record with 2 playoff appearances in 3 years? You always talk about the negative. I'm going to keep it 100, ask you a fastball. I think when you look at those scores, you think of one person in your head, maybe 11 people in your head. I don't know, but I do. I think of Vic Fangio and that 11 players on defense that gave you 39 takeaways, and I can't remember. They almost broke the record in sacks. And did they break the record in defensive touchdowns in 2018 all time for the Bears?
I don't know on that one.
That's what I think of. I look at a team that was 8-8 and 8-9. That's what I think. So I don't go by he's 28-20. Yeah, I can give you a great stat about Rex Grossman's record as a quarterback. What do you think of him? What's it? Jay Cutler's record as a quarterback. He's won this. Eli Manning. We could talk about Eli Manning. These are the things that manipulate truth. This is why I don't like PFF. Everybody and their brother, look at yourself in the mirror. You happy with Coach Nagy as a coach right now? His record makes you stand up in pride on a soapbox? I'm keeping it 100. No fucking way. I have no confidence. And you look as Serpentis is saying. Bill Lazor and Mitch Trubisky got you out of the 6-game losing streak. They did. You got rid of him. So you can't manipulate a win-loss record without the context of football. Both ways. You know, a quarterback, the same thing, gets all the credit. Meanwhile, everybody can remember this. Everybody here, you know, did Rex Grossman win the Arizona Cardinals game in the Denny Green all-time favorite? The Bears are who we thought they were. Did Rex gets the win there, sir? He gets the win in his record, in his column, but did he win that fucking game? There's your example. That's why we don't play by those rules. It's 7, thank you, Barelissimo. 7 defensive touchdowns in 2018. Just be honest with yourselves. There's no manipulating Coach Nagy being into something he isn't. Everybody's catching up now to what we've always said. Find your identity, Coach. Find your identity. Tell them that, Naz, on Saturday. All right, bear up. Bear up, Shayne. Bear up. That's I guess it's me. What am I talking about? I go. We play 1 second of it. Bear up.
Philatojan, Shayne Marsaw, the Tape Never Lies Network.
Bear up. Bear up. My bear up goes to, this is a difficult one for me because I just have to go with my heart here and gut. Justin Fields, just the toughness, the poise, and some of the things that we were able to showcase on X's with the O's that he did, that Jim Miller and Adam Amin and the broadcast never showed you. Cars, there's one play. The fucking play is breaking down the pocket. He steps up into the pocket, and instead of just trying to run where he's being narrated about, he actually pauses to force the defender to come up with it and throws an awkward angle pass just to the running back, gets 7 yards out of it. But it was so crazy how
he's so
like
good.
it wasn't like he's nervous like we've seen with Mitch. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, okay, whoop, this guy's coming in my face, move and angle. And it was just like, if that was my son, I would be so proud of him. Because I've been in this game my whole life. I know that's special. It ain't special for PFF. It ain't special for the NFL Network highlight that night. But it's special for somebody who knows the game of football and understands somebody that's ready to help you win games. To me, his ability to get up after that fucking shot, that was one of the worst shots I've seen a Bears quarterback ever take. We replayed it. He got, as my dad said, he got hit in the fucking temple.
Oh my God, dude. I was.
How McDonough.
And then he stood in there a few plays later, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We show it. Barelissimo did a great job with the ultimate. So after that, he gets fucking. I mean, you all saw it. We don't even want to play it again.
Calm feet, calm eyes. It's great, just who he is. That's he
Cars. It shouldn't even be a competition. It should be, let's build everything around this kid and help us win. If we get to 9 wins this year in the playoffs, all great. But that's just what I would do. It's so calm feet. What did you say?
Calm feet, calm eyes.
Calm feet, calm eyes. And I'll add something to it. All heart. I'm telling you, this guy has something that that Riley Ridley throw was a fucking dime ball. Dime, and Ridley gets interfered with. The ref didn't call it. But to Claudio's point, just to go back on this, They run a similar nickel blitz this time, and the kid's coming free hot off the corner. He stands in there and just delivers it. Now, don't play this broadcast because we don't want to get hit for that. So please, Caden, don't do it. If we put it in silent, then we could do it. But I think
announce a fine for 59.
No, I was wondering that
He
too.
He went to Twitter and apologized.
Did he?
But somehow his coach was trying to come out and say that
my father said it was pathetic.
I mean, it was. But yes, he did come on Twitter and he said, "Chicago fans, I don't want no smoke." Right? Like he came out and said that right away. But yeah,
the intent
Justin
was
Fields
clear.
said that too on Instagram afterwards. I asked him about the hit, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm okay, but yeah, I got smoked."
Oh, he laughed. I saw that video. Someone sent me that.
Yeah,
that
was
hit
his welcome to the NFL moment. I mean, that was brutal.
That was a welcome to the NFL moment. But even though I think Matt Nagy was wrong for keeping him in, I'm just talking about the player. To Cars' commentary there, which is great. Calm feet, calm eyes, all heart. We're adding that. Maybe that's a T-shirt for Justin Fields, Ace. For this network, that's what we see. Calm feet, calm eyes, all heart. For him to stay in there and play as dynamic after that, we've never seen that. I'm sorry. So my bear up, Justin Fields. Justin Fields. Cars.
You know, I have to choose my bear up as being Rodney Adams. You know, all camp. Sorry, I didn't think you would choose anyone.
He's my new Mooney, bro. He's my new Mooney.
Oh, because he caught a touchdown, so that's how you know how he is. Listen, he stood out all camp, right? He has made plays all camp to show up in that moment to fight for a contested ball, to the way he attacked. Like, Rodney Adams has earned a place on this team. He has earned a place. He has earned more than even just that. This is a guy who deserves to get snaps on a Sunday, right? Not just be there and be inactive. This is a guy who seems to, earn whatever quarterback's trust that he's getting throws from, and it just seems to be in the right place. It might have taken him a little bit longer to get here, but absolutely, Rodney Adams has been one of my favorite stories of camp so far.
Yeah, the dude had a baby. He had a baby the day before
the night. The night before.
The night before. Yeah,
and he got no sleep. He goes out there, and he
I know the feeling, bro.
Balls his ass off. Shayne knows the feeling. He does. Claudio.
Well,
since he
was one of my guys. He was my top guy. But
Claudio is now reading the roster to try to make
my list. My list of bear ups, right there. So
that's just a hole punch in the notebook. Nobody saw any writing.
All right. Well, I'll go with Tonga, dude. This kid.
Yes.
There you go.
Amazing.
Shayne's pissed.
He looks like a fucking first round pick. This dude was unreal. And
you're honestly not far off by saying that. I mean, he
did. I'm saying he looked like a top pick.
He was so much fun to watch in that joint practice. I mean, the way that he was just crumpling the Dolphins center, like that guy knows who he is comfortable in who he is, and his physical is all hell. Like he's gonna be a fan favorite for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My 1B is your hat, Cars.
Thank you. Thank you. This is what you can do when you're over. This is when you're over 40. This is what you start doing.
Get this hat into the swag shop.
This has to be the first Cars garment.
Yes, the Cars hat. I want one. We should all wear them opening night.
Can we wear sunglasses too?
If you want, we can all wear sunglasses as well. So yes.
So yeah, my bear up is Kyrus Tonga.
Kyrus.
I'm looking at his name. I'm like, I'm gonna fuck it up.
Yes,
Kyrus Tonga.
You did. But at least you watched the game this week.
I did, and that will be every week. I will watch the game, unless I'm in Italy. If I'm in Italy,
okay. Yes.
No excuse. No excuse.
The soccer game is on, and the Bears are on, Claude.
Oh,
caused
Phil,
a
you know I
lot
only
of
said that. You know I
controversy.
only said that just to get under your skin, bro. You know that.
Shayne Marsaw, your bear up this week.
Well, since I'm a big part of this network, I'm gonna make a power play here, and I am going to defer to our
Yes.
guest that's in the green room.
Nice.
Oh.
She's gonna give her
Well played.
You gotta have hype, Shayne.
Gotta have hype.
Gotta have hype to come on this show. Go ahead, Shayne. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but she was at the game.
Her first game.
First ever Bears game. Unfortunately, she might not ever want to go back, but you know the way that it works out. But
this is her second appearance
it
on the
is.
network, but never on this show.
Is her husband on the other side of the wall like he was last time?
Yes.
Yeah, he's still there.
She's shaking her head. Yes. Let's bring her out, Shayne. Do you have the intro we produced for her? Oh no.
Claudio was supposed to have it ready.
fucked it up.
Dude.
Oh.
Jackal told me, texted me, said he
Hey, cut it out. Cut it out, but we're not going to cut it out. Let's bring in this one. Thunder Girl. There she is.
Up?
Not
Look
much.
at her. Bringing you on late night. Last time you were on BHL.
Yeah.
And now you're here on the big show, the best Bears show on the planet. Am I right?
Oh, totally. I was telling everybody in the stands around me, like, you guys got to check out this network. I kept holding up my sign.
That's
Yeah, that was awesome. You had a sign. That was
Did you
great.
steal those? Did you steal that headset from Coach Nagy? On the way out of the stadium?
No, this is my work headset.
She is awesome. You know her every week. She's in the chat, Thunder Girl. And I was so proud that you were able to go to your first game in the network to be a part of that.
Thank you, Shayne.
Shayne Marsaw
Thank you,
made
Shayne.
that
Thank you,
shit
Shayne.
happen with John Centino,
Yes.
another patron.
More
who-
so, John.
John gave the tickets. We went by the rules, and it was a legitimate tie. So Shayne's like, "Oh, Phil, you gotta break the tie." I was like, "Well, I'll go into seconds, hopefully." But anyway, we didn't do it. We did what Shayne said, and he was right. So how was the game before you give us your Bears up for you? You know, the stadium, the whole thing. How was it? Obviously it sucked with the score and everything, but
Yeah.
your experience.
Before the game started and before Trubisky went out there and just, like, ran all over our defense, it was awesome. What made it really hard was there was some Bills fans, like, sitting 3 rows right in front of us, in front of where we were, and so, like, every time the Bills scored, they were jumping up in from their seats and just screaming, and they're, like, turning around, yelling, "Thank you for Trubisky! Thank you for Trubisky!"
Oh boy.
So it was.
Did you?
I wanted to get super petty and, like, report them to the fan services. I was, like, starting to type up the
Don't
text
be a
message.
Catherine
I
or
was
whatever the
starting to type up the message. I was like, no, I can't be a Karen.
Karen,
So, you know,
that's it. Thank
I
you.
can't be a
should've-
Karen.
Did you
know,
jump out of your
I-
seat when Mitch overthrew the wide open guy streaking down the sideline in the end zone?
Yeah, I was like, that's why we got rid of him.
You say you can fucking keep him. You can fucking keep him.
But yeah, I mean, like, I kind of feel like maybe the Bears defense was like, you know what? Let's just show everybody how bad, Nagy really is.
Yeah.
And so, like, let Trubisky look good.
It's sad.
I felt like that could be a possibility.
Yeah,
I think Buffalo
someone
just-
questioned that Buffalo wanted to pump him up.
I think
and some
so.
of the
I think
Bears
it's
defense
clear.
wanted to allow Mitch to shine as a big FU to Nagy. That was from somebody
I could totally
know.
see it.
I don't know.
I could
I've
see
never
it.
seen Khalil Mack loaf until Shayne pointed it out.
I was shocked
watching
at
that.
Yeah,
I've
he
never
did.
seen him do that. Like, he was not interested in playing that pass.
I like
Saturday.
wanted to go up to one of the event staff and like, can you go to the Bears locker room and ask if the defense is going to actually show up today?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It was such a departure from the previous week. I can't put that 2 and 2 together from like firing out to just like go ahead and take 8 yards.
From like looking at the Dolphins game and then looking at what happened at the Bills game, it truly made me think that, like, all right, some of these guys are like, you know what? Let's take it easy on Trubisky. Let's show the world just how bad Nagy is as a coach.
We got the conspiracy theories. Cool Kennedy is saying we do. At this point, it's preseason, so I've been around football teams. I've been on football teams as well, where we scrimmage and got our fucking asses handed to us, and then the next week we look like a different fucking team. Sometimes the wake up is the embarrassment, so we're gonna have to,
I mean,
wait
I hope that's
on
not
that.
true. I really hope that's not true.
Yeah.
But
Hey, hopefully they do wake up this Saturday. We'll be covering it live on Bears Hour Live.
there was so many penalty calls that were like, "Are you serious?" And like penalties that should have been called that weren't, like the one you were talking about, like the pass interference.
That was horrible.
And like I don't remember which kickoff it was, but the ball would have went out of bounds if Herbert would have let it go out.
Yeah, it was.
I was like,
in
he
the
was
third
right. If he
quarter.
would have just let it go, it would have bounced out of bounds. It would have went out of bounds, and they would have been on the 40.
That's a coaching point there. Young kid, he's running up, he's nervous, but you're 100. I know the exact, because I said to my son who was watching it with me, he should have let that go out of bounds, and it was a teaching moment for us there.
I told the guy, because like there was a seat in between my husband on one side and the other fans, and a seat between me and the other fans. And I was like, dude, the guy would have, if Herbert would have let that go, it would have been out of bounds.
On the 40-yard line, you would have been starting that kick. That's where field position. So anyway, your Bear up. You were there. Your Bear up. Who stood out?
I got to go with our QB future. I got to go with Justin Fields. That hit he took, like, we were all just livid. We were booing the guy, yelling to get him out, to kick him out of the game.
Yeah.
But Justin got up, put his helmet back on, and continued to play like a champ. Even though he didn't.
That
he played
went
like
a
a
long
champ
way
with
in the
like
locker room,
nobody
too.
out there that could help him. He had like the scrubs of the team, and he still went out there and made some plays.
That's an insult to scrubs, because what we had trotted out there was actually worse than that. But
yeah.
Guys who probably won't be at an NFL roster in 2 weeks. Yeah.
It's gonna be something we're gonna be watching each and every week as we go. When it's gonna be the Justin Fields watch. Let's just be honest. They might as well put like that high top with the headband,
Right.
like the Batman shadow light, because that's what's gonna be going down in Chicago. We already see it, and unfortunately, we have the wrong guy handling this. But I've already ranted on that. So Justin Fields, you're with me. We usually don't allow it, but for you, we're going to allow you to have the same one as me. And we're going to go on to Shayne Marsaw, but you have to say it. Justin Fields, you are my Bear up. So go ahead.
Justin Fields, my future QB1. You, sir, are my Bear up.
Look at
See, Claudio, that's how that's done.
That's how it's done, Claudio.
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes.
Write them down.
Claudio's only been here almost 1 year.
You are the bomb. I'm jealous you were at that game.
Claudio was
Don't
like,
be too jealous, though.
Yeah, thank God I wasn't at that.
You going to be at the Packer game?
Are you coming?
No, unfortunately not.
If we get you a ticket, are you coming?
Man, it depends on how COVID is.
Okay. I hear you on that. We all are going to be depending on COVID. So right now I'm going to the game. Claudio's going. We'll be there. Cars, I have a ticket lined up for you. Are you going to be there?
Wait.
What was that?
We'll think about it. Yeah, most likely. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What, you have to be at the tailgate on the live show when we're out there on stage.
Yeah, I
You're
might
gonna
go
come
to
out in the
prison that night, but that's fine. That's fine.
You versus Greg. We're gonna have the Rocky robe for you. representing TTNL, the boxing glove.
Nobody wants to see me in the red, white, and blue shorts. I'm going to call it right now. I will do no favors to
Thank God.
anybody.
They're
Hey, come
already
on,
blue,
come on,
orange, and
Cars.
white.
You know it
cards.
wouldn't be red, white, and blue. It would be blue and orange.
Exactly.
Even
Blue,
then,
orange,
nobody
and
wants
white.
to see these legs in short shorts. I will tell you that right now. It's just not a thing.
Steph can send you spray tanned, get you ready for the big event.
Yeah, because I seriously, like, that's my one thing. Don't look directly at the skin if the sun is out, because it will blind. Yeah. True. Just don't look direct. It's like the sun. Don't look directly at me, and everything will be a lot better.
The Braggs Cars boxing match, parking lot, south end zone, Sammy the Bull refereeing. I already could see this. Oh my God.
Can he get any celebrity out of it? Because if he can't, then he won't be participating. So,
Phil,
I said that out loud. Shit.
Phil, I'm putting $22,000 on Cars.
Okay. 22 grand he's putting on you. 22 grand. Cars.
It's money in the bank. I'll tell you that right now. Absolutely.
All I hear is that song when you say it too. I can't help my. She ain't got no money in the bank. She be walking around here all day. Anyway, Shayne Marsaw, your Bear Up.
Well, I had deferred mine to Thunder Girl, but I'll take one. But I'm gonna go with my guy Mario Edwards. He still continues to impress. He's got to get work because he's going to be taking a little 2-week vacay to start the season off. But,
2 weeks.
Yeah, he's suspended for the first 2 games. But he is a guy I think a lot of people forget about. And the Bears always seem to find a defensive lineman that's pulled off the scrap heap. I mean, he's still only 26 years old, but he's going to be a guy that it's going to make the Bears – it's going to make it a little bit easier for them when I think Akeem Hicks isn't here next year. He's going to be – I think that 2-year extension that they gave him was exactly what they had in mind. I mean, Bilal, you're going to see him likely get extended, and Mario, I think, is a piece that they really like moving forward. He's just got to keep his fucking nose clean away from the football field and cut down on the suspensions. Yeah, no Vegas excursions for Mario Edwards, please.
What?
So Mario
invention here is called the Cobb Quick.
Yeah,
I was hoping we were going to get through without that one.
Yeah,
I really was.
Got one Cobb Quickie in tonight.
Bullets
Alex
is probably,
H is pissed in Canada.
Bullets is very happy. That's Bullets' favorite. But yeah, Mario Edwards, you are my Bear Up.
Bear Up, Bear Down this week was strong. You all did an excellent job. Those of you guys playing in the chat or leave a comment in the YouTube responses. This weekend we'll be live on Bears Hour Live right after the game. So 7 o'clock East is kick, 6 Central for you guys in the Midwest, and so on and so forth. As you go west, it gets an hour behind, Claudio, I learned. So that's what it is. We'll be there
when the sun goes
live
down,
right after. If you don't
outside,
know,
right, Phil?
Bears Hour Live is the best post-game show on the planet.
Bears Hour Live.
There he is. And that is what Coach Nagy had to say.
What? Big plays are nice. They're good. We need more of those.
Yes. As a coach, I believe you prepare the entire football team to play a game because he doesn't have his team prepared. The team is a reflection of a head coach. To put Andy Dalton out there without your starters, Mooney, Allen fucking Robinson sitting over there, David Montgomery, I don't care. 2 series. You go out there and you prepare your football team. This is the same kind of shit as bubble wrap.
Why can't I go out there and see Justin Fields throwing to Darnell Mooney? in a preseason game? Why not? Why can't I see Justin Fields working with Cole Kmet, with Jimmy Graham? You brought Andy Dalton in here to be the veteran, steady influence. And you say part of it is we don't have to worry about Andy. Well, then if you don't have to worry about Andy Dalton, then let the kid play and build a rapport with these guys.
I thought tackling was the worst I've seen. But you know something, you got to give Buffalo credit because they got great speed at receivers, and we do too. But they weren't in the game.
I didn't see people talking about when Mitch had a guy with a defender beat on a deep ball, and Mitch sailed it about 5 yards over his head.
As a coach, you've done a disservice to your whole city, your whole franchise by not doing what any coach should do. We got an open competition.
Due to some violent content, parental discretion is advised.
Power off. Let's go.
Oh, boy. Jesus Christ. Find the wise, will you? A wise man once told me, Bears Hour Live. I got to shout out our producer, Ron G, for just capturing what is becoming the best and has been the best Bears post-game show on the planet. This Saturday, I want to bring one of you fans on the show with us. Get on there, not from the stadium only. Any fan that has something to say about what transpires on Saturday night. Jump on there, bring your passion, bring your fire. Of course, I'll rant, we'll break it all down, and we'll talk about it, as you saw right there. And it's just a tremendous job. So that being said, speaking of performance over politics, I got to do the read here, Shayne, and then we're going to go to Cherie's favorite song by Cool Kennedy and the TTNL family and end this show with the shout outs. But listen, summer is almost done, right? Some of you have been working hard. Are you doing the 100 push-ups challenge to say fuck cancer? You better start. I'm doing it. Unveil your beach body. You're in luck. Our friends at Manscaped just launched the 4th generation performance package, which includes the Lawnmower 4.0. You heard that right, Claudia. 4.0. You're a barber. The 4.0 could complement your summer body with a trim from the leaders in male grooming. The sun is shining and calling your name, fellas. Join the 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. Get ready for a hot guy summer by going to manscaped.com for 20% off plus free shipping, Caden Whitlow. That's KI100. If you're in college, you better get yourself ready now. You're free. You're free. Manscaped. It's the bundle up with the Manscaped Performance Package 4.0. Inside this package, you'll find the Lawnmower 4.0 Weed Whacker. And let me tell you, the ear, nose, hair trimmer. I'm not going to be bashful. I use the ear, nose, hair trimmer. Crop preserver. It gives you a ball deodorant. Some of you fucking stink down there. I can't speak for Thunder Girl's husband. She can. But
where is this going? I can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but you know.
The Crop Reviver Toner Performance Boxers and a travel bag. They give you it all. Seal the deal with the Manscaped liquid formulations. Before heading outside, use the Crop Preserver ball deodorant to keep you on your game in the heat. Then after trimming the lawn and whacking the weeds, cars in the heat, I know it's hot in Chicago, give your beach balls a boost and use the Crop Reviver. Manscaped even threw a few gifts in there, the Manscaped Boxers and the Shed Travel Bag. It brings your comfort to a whole new level. 20% off plus free shipping with the code KI100. That's KI100 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with the code KI. That's Keepin It. KI100 at manscaped.com. escape the shrubs and the weeds this summer and shine with Manscaped. There you go. There you go. There's the code KI100. Real quick, Bears, Thunder Girl. I can't ask Lady Bear. She's back there. I want to put you. Do you want your man groomed, or do you go with the old caveman look? Does Shayne have that drop?
I have no idea what's happening right now, but I am horribly uncomfortable with this. Yeah.
I gotta ask.
He's groomed.
You don't have to.
He's groomed. That's it.
What are the whys?
Nice.
Right? What are the whys?
We just wanted to know the whys, Claudio. Listen, Manscaped should love this show. That's all I could say. All right, we've done it all. Make sure you check out, if you're not a patron, Thunder Girl, you are a patron. Is it worth the price of admission?
Absolutely.
There you go. One word. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. Get fired up. With that being said, it's Lady Bear's favorite part of the show because she gets to hear her favorite team.
Shout out Tape Never Lies. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holler at you. Keep it 100 crew. We gotta show love too. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holler at you. Keep it 100 crew. We gotta show love too. From the fans in the stands to the follows on the gram. Thanks for your support, showing love in the DM. We stay Spencer strong, fight together till the end. Now it's time to shout out worldwide friends and fam.
The network that keeps it real, 100 crew. So many in the world that I gotta show love to. For some this policy, the show is at its end. But for me it's so important to thank the charter members and the fans. Built the network, speak the truth through the tape. Never run around the truth, no narratives we create. Set them straight, no bubble screen on 4th and 8. Claudio Shayne getting nervous cause keeping them up too late. That's it, no more to say they get the shot of vital. But hurry up cause the postman's getting homicidal.
Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holler at you. Keep it 100 crew. We gotta show love too. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holler at you. Keep it 100 crew. We gotta show love too.
The network that keeps it real. Sense is strong.
Isolate on Claudio because he's. Let's add Lady Bear and.
I'm sure you gave her advance notice that you were just going to add Lady Bear on. When she ends you, you will have deserved it. I'm just saying that right now.
She doesn't end me.
Oh, she will.
She's amazing. I wanted to give her an opportunity to get a shout out, but I also want to shout out them for the amazing job they did producing tonight. So they deserved their moment in the spotlight here. Let's bring it back to this level. The Brady Bunch. Here's a story of a man named Nagy who is busy finding out the whys. Let's go here. We'll go around and we'll start with our guest, Thunder Girl 80. Who do you want to shout out and anything you really would like to say? Go ahead.
Well, first and foremost, shout out Spencer Strong. Shout out to you guys, especially Don C for sending me to the Bears game. That was awesome. And, shout out to my TTNL family.
Can't say it any better. Shayne loves
I need to also
your
shout out my husband, who's over there.
Isn't he a Vikings fan, though?
No, he actually is not really a football fan. He's not really a sports fan.
Oh, we got to convert him. Is he a fan of this show?
He doesn't really watch a lot of sports stuff, so.
Well, we got to convert this guy. His wife's starring on our show right now.
I don't think asking his wife right away if how she wants him manscaped is a good start. I'm just going to throw that out there.
He said
It
he's
may
groomed.
not be.
For the record,
You might not be too receptive.
You might want to start with like a hi, how you doing sort of thing, then just diving right in there. That's just my view on the world. What?
Well, Cards, I've been known to take a lot more chances than you do. I gotta keep it 100. Although I didn't fight Shane Matthews back enough for some people. Anyway. Caden Whitlow, producer.
Yeah.
You are at college, Shane. He's his first week in college. He's got a roommate.
He removed his name tag when I was on here before the show. He still had his name tag on his shirt. I am Caden, TTNL Network.
Caden Whitlow, Drake University. Does Drake come there and play? Like, it's spring fling, you think? Will he come there?
He's for like football?
No, Drake, the artist.
Oh,
He's
Drake?
going to come to the university because it's
He
Drake.
was there last year.
I heard that happens a lot there.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I know
Maybe
he
you
came
get to
last
see Drake.
That'd be great.
How's your roommate?
He's cool. Like,
yeah, is he
we've had
there
a
now?
good amount of interaction. He is not in the room currently, no.
Okay.
Phil wants to know, can you convert him? Can you make him a Bear fan?
Is he a Bears fan?
He's from California, so not really, no.
Oh, is he a Ram fan? Uh-oh.
Nobody roots for football in California. There are no, other than 49ers fans, there are no actual football fans out in California.
We'll have to dig deeper into the roommate. Obviously, congratulations, though, your first week there. And he's producing here, coming on the show tonight, but he also produced the Open tonight. And he also has a production that will premiere on Bears Hour Live. A little promo for Keepin It 100, and I've seen it. It's really dope. Between these two new guys, Ron G and Caden Whitlow, we are stepping up our game in pre-production of what we're doing. Where Cherie, Claudio, who don't do shit, Jackal, who is MIA, well, he's still working on the hats, Shane. Jackal took the night.
A lot of work.
He's designing this hat right now, so he's trying to figure it out.
Steven Johnson has a fantasy. They're probably having a fantasy draft. That's why he's not here.
We had breaking news last night on the fantasy show. Steven Johnson is on Fiverr, and people pay him to draft.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, they pay him to draft?
He says he's got 10 people in queue.
Come on.
He's got a draft for.
No, I'm not kidding.
Oh my God. We got to get him on the show just to
No
talk
wonder his
about
wife
that.
keeps him in the basement. Yeah.
No wonder why he's in the basement. Anyway, Caden, you have any shout outs?
Shout out everyone, the whole family, everyone on this little panel here. Thanks for all the
We're going to
support.
call this one the Brady Bunch panel.
Yeah, everyone in the Brady Bunch here.
Panel.
Shout out the Cars hat. And, thanks for all the support and whatnot. As I go through college and whatnot. So we're going to keep going.
All right. I appreciate you. He's a big part of the network. Young Caden Whitlow in his first year of college.
You got to work on his shout outs though. Caden,
Whatnot. He likes the
whatnots, and you sound like you're from Iowa.
He's from Iowa.
Yeah,
he is from Iowa. That's why.
I know.
Cherie, Lady Bear, thank you for stepping in tonight, handling the chat room as you do so well. And there's more big news for Lady Bear she doesn't even know about yet. So anyway, Lady Bear, do you have any shout outs?
Well, of course I do. First of all, to you guys, to my immediate TTNL family. So thank you all for, again, letting me be a part of the family. I'm learning a lot and then just enjoying having this group of people to go through the emotions of being a Bears fan. So I appreciate you guys just as much as you appreciate my help. So it's mutual. Also to the extended family, Logan, HL, Bullets, Otis. I don't want to go through the list like Phil does. So you all know who you are in the chat room that I'm always interacting with. Love you guys too. And of course my mom, can't go without shouting out my mom.
Shout out your mom from me too.
I will. She'll love that clip.
Great stuff.
So, that's it for me, but thank you guys.
Great stuff as always, Cherie. You're going to be at the Packers-Bears game, right?
I am.
There you
She's
go.
going to be my champion, as I
She's
saw.
going to be in your corner. So
that's right.
Greg,
It was the only one who got my reference.
So
Game of
Greg
Thrones,
and
that's
Cars
beautiful.
boxing. Are you going to be in Cars' corner?
Yeah, she roots for Chicago and not the region. Yeah, so she's in. She's in.
Oh, yes.
I
This
was
is getting
just
even
here for
bigger.
Cars and Handle Bread.
There you go. Oh, she's
There it
making,
is.
She's making predictions. Cars will handle Greg, I believe was her exact quote. Look at that. Cars, do you have, as the champion of TTNL Network, do you have any shout outs?
You know, I just have, this weekend is my in-laws' 50th wedding anniversary, which is an unheard of number because my wife will kill me before I turn 50 itself. So shout out to them. They have a big week of celebration. So there's that. And no, other than that, everybody else has checked all the boxes. So
there you go. They checked. Claudio.
Yeah, I'll shout out everybody here. Caden, your first week in college and you're spending it on here doing this. That's impressive, man. I give you a lot of props.
He's committed.
You could be at a party. You could be doing a lot of things.
Could have went to Italy. Who knows?
So no, I gotta shout out some of the 100 crew here. Andrew Brown, I talked to him earlier today, dealing with some stuff. I wanted to shout him out. Donald McKendry, he said this was his highlight of his week. And Manuel Torres, his wife let him come on tonight. So thank you, Manuel Torres, his wife. And Chuck
Shout
and
out his
Lydia.
wife.
Yeah, and Chuck and Lydia Goring. He saw something earlier today. He said one of his friends who was a Bear fan passed away, Russ Crowe, and that he was really, upset and drunk. So I wanted to shout him out and say sorry for your loss. So, and my wife and my girls.
Well
That's
said.
it.
Well said, Claudio. Shayne, do you want me to go or you want to go?
I can go, I guess.
There
Now's
you
as
go.
good a time as any, unfortunately. Yeah, this is when Phil and I went out on this venture about a year ago. Everything that we did was based on truth, tape analysis and making yourself vulnerable. And now you can take me off that, please. Tonight's my night for vulnerability. Is much as this hurts, it's got to be done. This is hard, but had a big event in my family 2 weeks ago today, so I wasn't on the show. My 10-year-old son has cancer. And it's been tough. I'm not gonna lie. It's no words that a father wants to hear. And unfortunately, those are the cards that we've been dealt. Riley's a lot stronger than his dad. We're gonna get through this. It's obviously very emotional. I have a daughter that's not quite 3 months old, and you want to make her the sole focus of your life because that's what every newborn deserves. And we have to make the shift to my son now. Like I said, we have a great team of doctors that are going to lead this fight, which starts tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. It's got to shout out Phil Cars, especially my two guys that I've known the longest. They've been a great sounding board. Ryan Cox, I don't know how I can forget him. It's I don't know, I'm kind of at a loss for words, but at the same time, Riley's doctor said to me, you have to look at things in terms of you're a sports fan. And her comments to me really helped. She said, we're out of the unknown, we have the known. We have an opponent now. The doctors are my coaching staff, my family's coaching staff. You know, they've drawn up the blueprint. Thank God it's not Nagy's playbook. They got a better one. Now we go after our opponent and we fucking kill it. And like I said, this starts tomorrow for my family. Chemo for my baby boy. But have to be strong and I have to be vulnerable, because that's as much, you know, people have come to me and said, you know, you don't need to share your personal stories and things that are so close with everybody, but it's not keeping it 100. And as hard as this is to say, it's strangely therapeutic. You know, I've literally thought about everybody that listens to this show today, because I knew I knew this was going to be the night. But the fight starts tomorrow, and I'll see you at 8:15, you son of a bitch. And we're going to kill you. And we're going to fight. And I know everybody here is behind me. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm looking for positivity for my son, because that's what matters. And that's it. That's why I checked out a couple of weeks ago. I got the news while my family was in Prague, so I couldn't even hug my son at the time. It was tough. I instantly called Phil, and he can tell you it was the worst day of my life. But my guy was there for me. And that's what friendship is. That's what this network is. And I don't give a fuck about the haters. Come get it. Like I said, my focus is my son and everybody that's on here tonight. Thunder Girl, I'm sorry for doing this while you're on here, but it's therapeutic. And like I said, I'm not a guy that gets nervous, but I was like, I had to leave earlier and bounce off cam because I was even having issues just breathing, thinking about this, because if you're going to preach vulnerability, you have to do it, and you have to be honest. And if I didn't love and respect everybody on this panel, all of our listeners, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd keep it close to the vest and nobody would know about it. And like I said, I know there's going to be fucked up YouTube comments tomorrow morning when I read some of the comments, and none of that shit. You're not going to make me feel worse than I do. Like I said, my son, if you were to look at him, you would never know that there's a thing wrong, and he's positive. You know, he's to show you the perspective of a 10-year-old. When he got home from visiting his grandparents overseas, when I told him, his first words were, "Does this mean I can't see Justin Fields play?" And he's gonna. So here I am being vulnerable. And that's what this network is all about. And we're gonna fight, and we're gonna win. And I appreciate everybody so much. This is where I want to be, this network. I'm glad we left where we were, because Phil and I deserve what we're doing and where we're going. And we have even bigger news to announce next week for this network. It's going to be huge. And like I said, it's Spencer Strong. You know, this isn't going to turn into the Riley show. You know, this is, nobody forget about Spencer and the Cox family. Riley's in a good place with, it's called lymphocyte predominant Hodgkin's cancer. And it's treatable. So that's where we're lucky. It's still hard. He's 10 years old. Son's 5'4", 138 pounds, but he's still my baby boy. So
right.
Everybody that's a parent can imagine hearing those words. And I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, but enough of the negativity. You can send your positive thoughts my way.
Yes.
Shout out to all of you guys here. I mean, my phone rang tonight, and it was David Kaplan giving me, advice, confidence, and it's amazing that, we've built this in a little under a year, and it's more than football. It's way more than fucking football. And like I said, I know everybody that's out there listening. I know I have a sounding board. I have way more than one. There's a lot more people in my cell phone contacts now than there was a year ago. And that's a testament to what Phil and Cars and Claudio, Jackal, Cherie, Chris Sandlin, Jeremy Plashinsky, Lawrence Fleming, just everybody. And I know I'm blanking on people, Alex Acevedo, Steven Johnson, everybody that's been
Kennedy.
Cool Kennedy,
Ron
Caden,
G.
everybody. But I'm not trying to leave anybody out, but it's just everybody just please send their positivity. Like I said, chemo starts tomorrow for Riley in Syracuse at Golisano's Children's Hospital, and he's ready. He's prepared, and he's going to tackle it head on. That's how I parent. That's how I've raised my kid, and he's prepared. He's not going to go into any of this unprepared, and we have a great team, and that's what it is. So I'm a big believer in the power of positivity. I'm not a religious guy. I'm just being completely honest. Even probably in this position I should be, but I'm not going to lie to you guys. I just whatever. I'm all about the positive thoughts, and I think that's healing. And like I said, we have our date tomorrow, and you son of a bitch, you're not winning this one. So thank you.
How do you say anything other than the truth in this moment? There is no script. Shayne being completely transparent to everybody. I think this is an important moment, not only because of what you just heard, but because of the family aspect of what we built at this network is not bullshit. It's 100% a family. And you have groups of you tailgating in the chat room before the show. There's so many conversations, and it's no offense to all these other people that have helped out this show that Shayne is shouting out, but every day I talk to this man as a brother, and a friend. And to hear him sound different when he got the news, because we were literally talking about the show, talking about Steven Johnson and some other drama that was going on that always seems to go on. And he came back on the phone and told me, what? And I just couldn't even understand him because it sounded like the wind was knocked out of him. And I just cried because I said, I got to be honest with you. I'm selfishly thinking about my children because I keep it 100. I've learned that's the only way. I will never go in dark corners or closed doors and talk shit about nobody. I'm right here doing it. I said, I feel guilty because I'm thinking of my children and now I'm thinking about you and you're all alone. And I just wanted to hold Shayne because I knew. But I said to him, I go, Shayne, it's Riley, it's Spencer Strong. We can't be hypocrites as brothers. We're going to get through this together. And all those fans that love you, fuck this fucking haters. There's always going to be haters, but you don't know who's watching this show. You don't know who's a professional that is there, that is a fan of you, that is going to go the extra mile and knows somebody that helps. We have to be truthful. There's no way to hide that. And you heard him right away. Oh, no doubt. It was like he snapped in and strapped his helmet back on. And I was sitting there talking to my wife later that night. I was like, I'm so fucking proud of that guy. Like, I'm the luckiest guy to have a friend like that, because what a father. To be alone without your son being somewhere else, it was the scariest thing. But I said, it's going to be Spencer Strong and Riley Strong. Shout out. That's this family. We pray for everybody. We pray for everybody. And I didn't know Shayne was going to reveal this tonight. That's my truth. I really didn't. He said, I'm not ready to do it. Whenever you're ready, I think you need to tell these people, because the power of positivity reigns supreme. My father said it, and I'll be completely honest. I'm stealing all this from Cool Kennedy and my father. Because I just said you can never not be truthful and vulnerable and have the people sending that positivity. My father said, you don't block blessing. And Cool Kennedy said, you never block prayer. You never block prayer. My father said, you never block prayer. Sorry. But Cool Kennedy said, you never block blessing. You are a blessing, Shayne Marsaw. Anybody that has a negative thing to say about you shows their moral fabric, character, and they have no empathy. I'm not a religious person. I'm a very positive, spiritual person, and I believe what you did takes the strength of 100 men. Vulnerability is the showcase of somebody's class and integrity. Somebody else that's watching this show is going through exactly what you are going through. And I know it. And we stand here, and I'm so proud of you. So I had a list of shout outs. I'm only going to have 2 shout outs, or 3. I have to, because I just want to encompass this. But you, Riley, and Ela, and your beautiful baby daughter who keeps you up all the time.
She's better now.
Deserves the best shout out that a draft Dr. Phil can ever give. And that's the showcase of tipping my hat to somebody that I look up to, not just next to you because you're bigger than me, but your strength and your vulnerability is something that everybody should aspire to be. And your son is in great hands because of you. And again, I wish I was prepared. I knew you were going to do this. It got me so emotional, but listen, that's what this show is about. And hopefully everybody in the 100 crew stand together and help the Marsaws through this journey that is unknown, and it's a battle. But to see Shayne, he's going to be here every whatever night. We might have to change the show to Thursday nights if his son has chemo on Wednesdays. But everybody's going to know that Thursday night's the new Keepin' It 100 night, because we are going to support you and your family 100%. I love you. I'm so proud of where this network is in its infancy. I'm so excited about what we have to share next week and football. But like we always said, Keepin' It 100 is way bigger than just talking Bears. Just talking Bears. With that being said, I also wanted to double down on Claudio's shout out to Chuck and Lydia. I wanted to shout out Russ Crowe. I know he passed on, and his family, he was such a big Bears fan and apparently a fan of the show. So as he moves on in his life, we tip our hat to Russ Crowe and Chuck and Lydia as they struggle through their loss of their family member. I also want to shout out another family member of the TTNL who's sending shout out and prayers to you, Shayne. It's Cool Kennedy's mom is going through surgery, and they have to do something. I forget how I needed to word this. So all I'm going to ask is people send positivity as well to Cool Kennedy's mom, Gigi, who's in the chat, I believe. And my prayers and my family's prayers will go to you as well. Again, I'm going to end this show like this. I love this family, this TTNL. Someone just ice it on me. I love this family. I love this TTNL people. And tonight is an emotional night, obviously. We're in for a journey with Shayne together. I always preach this as a coach. I wish Matt Nagy would understand it. Together. You put your hands in and you win, and you do it together. And I hope we get to that point. I don't know whose mic is hot there, but we do it together. Shayne, you are with us 100%. God bless you, Riley, if he's watching this. That's the way we're going to end it tonight. We'll see you at Bears Hour Live Saturday. Shayne will be there, just like Shayne always is. And that just says everything you got to know about this network and the people in it. So God bless you all. I hope everybody has the kindness and decency to reach out to Shayne in your way, to just let him know how much you appreciate him. That's the only thing I would ask as a friend. So God bless you all. I'll end you with this. Bears Hour Live this Saturday. God bless you all. I'm struggling for the words. And good night. God bless.
This has been a Shy City Sports presentation and a Tape Never Lies Network production. Keepin' It 100. Thanks for tuning in to the Tape Never Lies Network.